Hey everybody, hope everybody's having a good night. I popped on a little bit early, of course, probably about 45 minutes early, but I was out and about and bored, so I figured I'd pop on and see if anybody had time to come and join me. I hope everybody's having a great Saturday evening. I know I am. Feel a little bit better than I did last night. I threw my tantrum then, but I'm good now, so a little more relaxed, a little more composed. So how is everybody out there this fine night? Give everybody a few minutes to get the notification that I went live and start to file in. So hopefully, like I said, everybody's having a good night. Who we got out there with us today? I don't see anybody coming up there. Is anybody out there tonight? Hey, there's a few. I see Angie Hensley, Daisy, Claiborne County Transparency, and Baby Doll Ironton. Hello, hello, everybody. So, first thing I want to do, guys, is I apologize for my craziness last night. I know everybody said not to apologize, but I feel like I have to because I acted like a big kid. So, it's just because I was pissed off. So, please excuse me for that. Give me a little bit of leeway. I'm a little more composed tonight, feel a little bit better. It's been a great day. So, hopefully that'll turn into a great night. I hope everybody else is having a good day. Hello, Rebecca Joe. Astrid, hello. See you out there. Tired but feeling good, good. I'm glad to hear that. Tired, I can handle. That's easy to fix. You just get you some sleep if you need it. Jeebus Chris, may not be able to comment much, but I'm here. Well, good deal. I appreciate you coming in and watching, hanging out with us. Always appreciated. I see Della out there. Hello, Della. I don't have anybody with me tonight, guys. I'm running alone, so, well, I'm not exactly alone. I have all of you with me, I suppose. But as far as anyone in the car, I'm alone tonight. But I got you all to keep me company, thank goodness. So, we're going to head out here and go see what we can see like we always do. And we'll see what transpires tonight. Hopefully not as much emotion as I had last night. Hopefully we can get by on that tonight. Having a good night. A little less angry evening. I don't like finishing them out on an angry note. I was given good advice once. They told me not to go to bed mad, that you should stay up and fight. And I almost agree with that. You should never go to bed mad. You should stay up and fight it out till you're happy, and then go to bed. And by the way, that was Phyllis Diller's advice. If y'all remember her, now I'm showing my age. Phyllis Diller. The younger ones out there probably won't have a damn clue who I'm talking about, but everybody my age and older are damn sure remember who Phyllis Diller was. That was her advice to newlyweds: never go to bed mad, stay up and fight. So there's Workline. Hello, Workline. And for the person that had the tarps and the gift cards sent in, I got the tarps and the gift cards today. And I assume those sleeping bags will come in tomorrow. I'm still waiting on those, but I did get the gift cards and the tarps today. And I've already handed a couple of those tarps out. So thank you to that person. We appreciate you very, very much. Love from my heart straight to yours. Thank you so much for allowing me to be able to help some people. I appreciate it very, very much. Hey, there's Silly Wabbit. How you doing tonight, Silly Wabbit? Good to see you out there. Glad you come to see us and join us for a bit. Dick and Cider just popped in. How you doing tonight, Dick and Cider? So happy to see y'all. Glad y'all came to hang out with me. I'm running alone tonight, so Della's staying at home doing our kind of fixing our Thanksgiving dinner today. We were busy and hadn't had a chance to do it yet, so she's cooking tonight. And when I get home tonight, I'm going to have me a big dinner. Or, well, get home in the morning, I guess it will be, since I hardly ever make it home at night, really. It'll still be dark, but it won't exactly be night. I tell everybody I go to bed early all the time, early in the morning generally. I'm not sure where late night becomes early morning, but I know it's somewhere in there. They have to join up at some point, I assume. So hopefully we can have us a less eventful evening tonight. There's Don Thomason. How you doing tonight, sir? Good to see you. Glad you come in. Always happy to see y'all pop in and say hello. Gives me a reason to be out here and shows me I'm not all alone out here. Sometimes it feels that way. Not because I can't get anybody to ride, just, when you're trying to get people together and especially get people together to help someone else, sometimes you can feel like a lone wolf. Sometimes it seems like a very lonely thing to get done. So, had a wonderful afternoon with Banjo. Yeah, he told me he stopped in. I talked to him there just a little bit ago. Dropped him off a tarp and talked to him there for a bit. So I assume that you and him got something in the works, baby doll. He told me about the bike and all that stuff. So thank you for that. You're a sweetheart beyond belief. Just know that. Know that I have a lot of love in my heart for you, baby doll Ironton. You're an awesome lady, and I appreciate you. And I know Banjo does. There's no doubt about that. I just mentioned your name, and his eyes light up. So you must be a pretty special lady to him, too. You sure are to this community. Jeebus, I think he has the tent for now, is what I believe. I think Baby Doll Ironton had one for him. If that's not true, Baby Doll, let me know, because Jeebus has a tent too. But I'm pretty sure that he has one now, or has the option to have one, Jeebus. So hang on to that one. If we find someone else that may need one, if you're still willing, maybe that'll help somebody else. Because Banjo sure ain't the only one around. I'm told there's a lot more. It's estimated to me by a few people that we have upwards of 200 people somewhere here in Lawrence County. Not necessarily all within the city limits of Ironton, but somewhere here in Lawrence County. And apparently we have upwards of 200, maybe more. And man, that's a depressing damn number, and it's too many. And I don't know if we can help them all, but I'm sure going to give it the old college heave ho. I really want to try. So we've managed to help a few, and I want to help a few more. Hopefully we can help them all at some point, at least with something. Not everybody needs the same things, and not everybody needs the same kind of help, of course. But I would like to be able to find out what they do need, and at least if we can't provide it, at least provide them a place that they're able to get it. Be able to refer them to someone or some place that is able to provide what they need, so we can get them out off the street. Hey, there's Drive Team Wally. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. Hope everybody's having a good night. What does that say? Yeah, that's what I've heard, Jeebus, that it's full of bed bugs. I don't know. I've heard that like many times from a lot of people. And I know a couple people that have been in there at least 2 or 3 times a piece, which means that, yeah, the immediate help is okay, but there's no help after that, evidently, because they end up right back in there. So that's the problem I have with the current system and the way things are. If once we take them off the street and we get them off the street, if we can't keep them off the street, then we ain't fucking helped them yet. We ain't done nothing yet. Work Line says, I was told the gift cards were for fuel and coffee use. All right, Work Line. I see you out there, sir. Make sure you tell whoever told you that it is appreciated. I've already started out with those tarps tonight, and I'm assuming those bags will be in tomorrow. I think they were all ordered by the same person, so let them know how much I appreciate them. Let them know that they have nothing but love and compassion from my heart for what they're doing. I appreciate them so much for helping me to be able to help people, because I don't have the resources to do it alone, but thanks to you all, Dell and I have managed to help quite a bit, so we appreciate y'all more than you know. Thank you so much. Some of these people need a little help, need more help than others. Some of them need some mental help. Some of them need some financial help. Some of them just need a boost up. If they could get off the street and find an apartment, they'd be good after that. It's tough when you're already living on the street, and every dime that you may have or may have access to has got to go just to try to keep you warm and keep you fed. It's not like you can cook, so you can't buy cheap food. You got to buy pre-made shit that you can just eat. Or if you're really lucky, you'll buy something you can heat up somewhere. Somebody lets you heat it up. But it takes a lot of money to do that. So there's no way in hell they can come up with like first and last month's rent plus a fucking damage deposit or security deposit, whatever they're calling it these days. It's not possible, man. They just need a little helping hand. I think for a lot of them, it really won't take much. Just a little bit of help goes a long way. Some of them, like I say, need a little bit more help than that. I realize that we're going to run into addiction. We're going to run into mental illness. We're going to have quite a few problems, and I'm unable to help everybody in those areas, but I'm hoping that together we can put something, get a system in place that not only can we help them out immediately, but we'll be able to help them out in the future as they need it, like an aftercare program, a way to keep check on them and keep tabs on them and make sure they're okay before they end up back in the street. That's what no one seems to do. No one seems to give a shit about them after they kick them in the ass and throw them out the door. And, and a lot of them just seem to end up right back in the same spot, and it's killing my heart. So I think we can do better. I think we can do better than we've been doing. That's what I think. It's going to take a community effort. It's going to take everybody together, but I think we can do it. I think we can make better decisions than most of the ones that are making them now, because they're doing the same thing everybody else is doing, and it obviously ain't working yet. So, but I think we can do it. That's what I think. And if we can't, don't mean we ain't going to try. I'm going to give it everything I got. So, you're right, Dick Insider. Never look down on someone unless you're helping them up. That is a fact right there. I like the way you said that. There's J2O. Hello, how you doing tonight? Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. It's appreciated. Always good to see other people out there. You guys know how much I love to have y'all out there in the chat. You guys are working on becoming my favorite people in the world. Love spending time with y'all. Too bad we can't do it physically. I'd love to meet each and every one of you and shake your hand. Some of you I may not stop at shaking the hand and may grab you and give you a big old hug. I appreciate some of you so much. You've done so much. Done so much good things in this community. And it's just appreciated more than I'm able to express in words. I am so grateful to all of you. Yeah, Daisy, I'll be doing all that. I'm going to be meeting a lot of people. I might have to start going door to door to, let people know what's going on. Yeah, Angie, you're talking about the CAO. The only problem is if all these agencies helped so much, then how come there's so many people that needs help? That's my question. I mean, if they truly help out so much and so many people, how come there's still so many people that need help? So I think that they pretend to help some, and I think they do help some. It's not that they don't provide help. It's just they don't provide any lasting help. It's kind of like whenever I go around and I give them a little bit of food and I reach them some of those disposable hot hands and give them a tarp or a blanket or a sleeping bag. That's a little bit of help, but unfortunately that's no real help in the world. They're still going to be homeless out in the elements. They're still not going to have all the things they need to live. And that's what I'm talking about. Everybody wants to help a little bit, but it doesn't seem like anybody wants to be in it for the long haul. And for some of these people, it's going to take the long haul. They're not going to be able to make it without our help a little bit longer than just an immediate help. Keeping them warm for the night's only a start. We're going to have to get together and do much more to try to help people. So I have big dreams. I just don't know if we can fulfill them or not. It won't stop me from trying. You know, I just don't have all the answers. I need a lot more people, you know. Baby Doll Ironton, not as far as I know. He doesn't normally work weekends. It's not, you know, I mean, unless he's working overtime that I don't know about, and I don't have all their schedules. You know, they don't tell me exactly when they're working. I run into them when they're out on the street. But as far as I know, he doesn't normally work weekends, so I don't expect to see him on the weekend. There's Lloyd Simpkins. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there, by the way. Watching from the flat screen. Appreciate it. Glad to have you along with us this fine, wonderful evening. And it's been a few years back. I believe it was Toyota, if I'm not mistaken, that wanted to put a plant in here, you know, bring some jobs into the area. And because I guess the city, we'll say that, quote unquote, the city, those people in government offices that think they are the city, the city basically was, they just made it impossible for them to do. It's not that they couldn't have done, you know, a tax break and shit to get the company in here so that people could get jobs. They just didn't want to. So they didn't. And they screwed Ironton right out of that opportunity and every single citizen that could have worked there. You know, the worst part about this entire thing is getting them off the streets. Only part of the problem. We got to find them jobs, and there isn't any here. There ain't any here. There's nothing to do here. That's the problem. And apparently, the current administration is no more worried about that than the past. I don't know how many. You know, none of them seem to give a shit. It seems to me that they're drawing a salary, and they're wearing the title, you know, of government officials, but they're not actually doing anything. It seems to me that all they're trying to do is draw their salary, you know. Well, I don't know about you all, but I hate assholes like that. Those are called politicians, and I don't like politicians. Politicians are lying sorry sacks of shit who like to line their pockets with the people's money and make sure that the people lose all their rights. That's what it seems like to me. I don't like those kind of people. I think we can do much better. You know, I think we can reach out to some of these companies and bring them in here, but they're going to have to get tax breaks to set up and shit. You know what I mean? These assholes in here want to line their pockets with more tax money, you know, and I don't know why they have to be lining their pockets. Now, I could be totally wrong, guys. Now, I'll give up a little bit. I could be totally wrong on all this. I want you to understand I could be wrong. Right now, I'm giving my opinion because I don't have all the facts, but it sure seems to me that they ain't fixing much in this town. I mean, look up there. You already see a street light that's out right there. There's 4 or 5 on the other street, all in one intersection. There's several down here that ain't even got the street lamps. Barely a street sign on 1 out of every 3 or 4 corners in this town, no matter which direction you're going. So they ain't replacing those. They ain't fixing the streets. You guys have drove around with me now for 7 months watching me drive through these streets and tear the suspension right off from underneath every vehicle in here. And none of that's getting fixed. And yet I know that everybody that lives in this city pays exorbitant taxes. I know this. I know this for a fact. So my question is, where is the money going? You know, where is it going? Is the city's electric bill that damn expensive? I mean, shit, you know, where is the money going if it's not actually going back to make the city better? You know, if they're not trying to bring in business and they're not trying to build it up and make it in something better, then what are they doing? Because it seems, now again, it seems like they're trying to run it into the ground and suck all the money they can out of the taxpayer and pocket that. And then when they retire, they have all kinds of money and we still don't have anything worth having inside this city, you know. And again, like I said, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that somebody is fucking up. That's what I think. So what we're going to have to do is go crawl through the books, I guess. I'll have to get on there at the old city hall and pull the budget and figure out how much is budgeted to what. And then we're going to have to track the money to see if it's actually going there. Because, you know, I mean, if there's a budget to fix the streets, I don't know what street they're working on, but I ain't seen them work on any. You know, I haven't seen any of that spent. So, you know, I'm wondering how big those accounts are. Where is the money? If they ain't got any money, my next question is why? Where is it going? Because I know it's coming in. It comes in every year, you know. They get their taxes all the time, so I'm just wondering where it's all going, because it doesn't seem to be going where it should, and it damn sure isn't helping anybody else. So, apparently we're going to have to go crack the books open and start, as they say, if you want to figure out who's in charge, start following the money. You follow the money, you'll find out. As they say, key bono, who benefits. That's what we need to find out. So I guess we'll get all that started, Monday morning. I think I got my work cut out for me, guys. I might need a little bit of help. I'm not sure I can be everywhere at the same time and accomplish everything. It's hard for me to be at home pouring through numbers and books and to be out here and try to do what I do too. So, anybody out there that wants to volunteer to help me out a little bit, I'd sure appreciate it here in the local area. I'll put in for all the information and everything and get it, but I'm going to need some help pouring through it. It's going to take more than one person to look through, more than one person with a calculator, because we don't want to make any mistakes and we want to catch any that they've made, of course, So we have to figure all this out, and it's going to take a little bit. It's going to take a little bit to figure out the truth of it, and then, then try to find a way to make it better. And I don't know, again, this is my opinion, if the people in charge are really honestly just trying to line their pockets and fuck the city out of everything, if that's true, then they're not going to be happy when we start doing it, which means they're going to fight us tooth and nail, So get ready to kick up your heels, because I'd say it's going to be a fight. I don't mean a physical one. I don't expect to go out, guns a-blazing or nothing, but it's definitely going to be a fight. It's going to be one of them knockdown drag-outs, as they say, because usually the powers that be don't like it when you fight back much. So I'd say it's going to be a hellacious one, just at a guess, if any of that is correct. And that's where we need to find out. So anyway, like I said, I'll be starting all that. Know a couple other folks too. They're not from Ironton, but they love paperwork. Well, that works out, because I hate paperwork. I can pour through it, but it's hard for me to do that and everything else. If we can get everybody in and get, a few people on this, it'll go a lot quicker, and we'll be able to manage everything a lot quicker, because some of these people out here need help like right the fuck now, and later is going to be too late. So just for fun, how you doing tonight? Ain't a whole lot happening yet. We're just traveling through for the moment. There's Rachel Taylor. Hey, Rachel, how you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. Thanks for joining us for a while. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in. Chuck in Tennessee. I don't know. I haven't spoken to Eugene today. The last time I talked to him was early yesterday, and what he thought was a pulled groin muscle was actually a rupture. So he's a little bit more seriously hurt than we thought, and it's going to take him a little bit to heal up. So he's going to have to stay at home and do that. So that's what I know for now. And, as I find more, I'll let y'all know. So, but for the moment, that's the information I have. He might possibly have to have surgery. I think the doctor is waiting to see if it's going to heal on its own or not. You know how that kind of stuff goes. So, David Kane, throw up punches till they come correct, right? We'll figure something out. I guarantee it. I appreciate it, Angie. I'm not sure what everybody can do either. That's why we need a little bit more close communication with some people around here. That way, we can figure out what everybody's skill set is. Because some people are really skilled at doing certain things, and other people are better at others. And if we get those people doing the things they're good at, then it all works out. So somehow, I'm going to have to start communicating on a more personal level with the people around here. So if you're around here, if you're local, you're close, don't have to be in Ironton, but local and close, and you're able to lend a hand and want to, hit me up in my email at irontonauditor@gmail.com. That way I can find a way to get to you, maybe slip you a phone number, and we can talk on a more personal level, so that I can get to know people, know what their skill sets are, and, we can figure out who to delegate what to, that way we can try to handle more at one time and get it done a little bit quicker than I'm going to be able to do it all by myself, because it's going to be a long, hard road to hoe, I believe, by the time we're done. So. Hey, there's Archangel for Truth. Hello, Archangel. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there, sir. I hope you're doing well. Jeebus, I was told last night that the council meetings are on the second and fourth Thursday of every month. Now, that may or may not be true, but that's what I was told last night, and I haven't Googled it yet. I'll do that before I go, but I'm pretty sure that they're on Thursdays, unless they switched it and I don't know about it anyway. Anything's possible at this point. I don't claim to know it all. A lot of times I only know what people tell me, so, So did everybody have a good Thanksgiving? I sure hope so. I hope everybody got a chance to get something to eat, spend a little bit of time with somebody they love, even if it was only one. Make a couple memories. Enjoy each other's company. Hope everybody had that opportunity. Hello, Witch of Heart. How you doing this evening, sweetheart? Good to see you out there. Thank you for dropping by and saying hello. There's Crazy Frenchman again. How you doing tonight? And then another thing I still got to look into is this whole thing about the drinking and driving of the mayor. Apparently, from what I'm told, that shit was dismissed. So I'm not sure what happened there, but I'll have to figure that out. We'll have to get the paperwork. We've already seen the body cam footage, and unless I'm a dumbass, it looked like he was driving under the influence of me. So if that got dismissed, I'd sure like to know which judge dismissed it and on what grounds that it was dismissed. I sure would like to know, because it seems like, I could be wrong again, guys. I'm willing to admit I can always be wrong. So understand that I can only work with what knowledge I have, and I can only give my opinion on that, right? But it seems to me like it's a good old boy system, and they wanted to make sure that he didn't have to pay the price like everybody else, so that he wouldn't lose his license and shit and probably lose his job, so they dismissed it. That's what I'm thinking. Now, that may not be true, but for the moment, that's exactly what the fuck I believe personally, and it's going to take a lot to prove to me otherwise. So, it's another thing we got to look into come Monday, find out exactly who, what, when, and where, and why. And, I'm not sure what we can do about it. And if we can't do nothing, we can definitely tell everybody. We can make it a big fucking deal and let the entire county and state know. That's what we can do. Make sure that he don't ever serve in another public office if all that shit's true, and the judge that let him off, make sure that son of a bitch don't get to sit on the bench anymore either, if that's true, and again, I'm willing to admit that there could be things I don't know, and I do believe that everybody deserves their day in court. So, no, Uncle Artie, I have no update from last night. I'm trying not to focus on it tonight, trying to stay in a little bit happier and more positive mood, because I got a little off on a tangent last night. I was a little bit pissed off. So I'm trying my best not to do that tonight. I'm sorry that everybody had to witness me act like a big child. I can't believe I did it, but I did. You push my buttons hard enough and I can be pissed off too. So you're right, Jeebus. They say, say dismissed. It means swept under the rug. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Well, I vote we pull the rug back and yank it the fuck back out from under there. What do you say, Jeebus? That's what I say. I say we yank the fucking rug up and pull it right the fuck back out from under there. That's my plan. Find out the truth first, That's what I'm going to work on, like I always do. Go at it where I give them the benefit of the doubt, give them enough rope to hang themselves with, and we find out what the actual truth is. And if the truth is that they lifted up that rug and tried to sweep it under there, then we're just going to yank the rug off the floor and set that fucker on fire. That way they can't cover nothing else with it. That's what I think. That's where I'm headed with it. So rip the scab off this blister and see what oozes up out of the pus. Because this town sure starting to seem like a big pus bucket to me. I'm not liking it much. You're right, Archangel. It's definitely better to be pissed off than pissed on. I'll give you that 100%. You are correct. I'm absolutely sure that it will, dear heart. First and third Wednesday at 6 p.m. See, I was told Thursday, so thank you, work line. Apparently, I'm going to look it up myself because that's 2 or 3 different answers I've gotten from different people. I'm not sure what the truth is anymore. You're right, Uncle Artie, but I'm not apologizing for my passion, and I'm not really apologizing for throwing a fit. I'm just apologizing to you guys that you all had to witness it. I'm sorry that you had to sit through that for like 2 hours while I screamed and cussed. I'm sorry about that. I'm not sorry that I got mad, and I'm not trying to apologize for that. I'm just apologizing for my act because you all are the ones that had to listen to it, and I'm sorry. I ranted and raved, and it didn't help a thing. It only made me worse, and it just annoyed you all. Y'all didn't, it wasn't good content, and I'm sorry about that. So that's what I'm sorry about. You're right, crazy Frenchman. It's definitely deep. It's definitely deep. Top welder, how you doing tonight? I'm doing great, man. Having a much better night than I did last night for sure. What I'm hearing, you can hear him in the video say, I wouldn't piss on the people of Ironton if they were on fire. Really? Yeah, I'd like to have that video too. I absolutely would. Who supposedly said that, Mr. Cramblett? There's Terry Barnes. Hello, Terry. How you doing tonight? Glad to see you out there. Guys, it's not my life that I need improved. I've got nieces and nephews, and you all got kids and grandkids coming up in this world. And if we don't do something to leave it better than what we got left, we're all screwed. Because we got left shit. Look around. We got left shit. Nobody tried to fix it for us. So if we don't try to fix it for them, they're not going to be able to fix it for the ones after them. So it comes to us. We're the ones. We're the ones with the voice, the strength, and the power to make it better right now. So that's our responsibility. Archangel said it's called righteous indignation. It might be. I don't know what the hell it was called. To me, it was called throwing a fit in a big tantrum. I just needed to vent, and get it off before it blew me up. I was about, my brain was about to burn. So it's really tough to make me that upset. You really have to go through a lot to make me that kind of mad. You make me mad enough to start shedding tears, you've done something. It's not easy to do. And that just seemed to do it. That just pushed the last button for me. So, it is what it is now. And because of what it is, the only people I know that's going to try to do anything about it is going to be us. Because obviously the government doesn't give a shit. The county, the state, or the federal. And from what I'm seeing, it doesn't look like the city government gives a fuck either. Now, again, guys, like I always say, I could be wrong. Need to give them the benefit of the doubt, go pour through the paperwork, and find out exactly what the hell's going on. I'm just telling you what it seems like to me. From what little bit I know and what little bit I've been in here, and I don't claim to know everything because I don't. I know as much as the other locals. Some of it's true and some of it's horseshit as always. You can't take everything someone tells you as truth. Even when you know one bad thing about somebody, that doesn't mean every bad thing you hear about them's true, So you always kind of have to give people the benefit of the doubt with new information and find out for yourself. And then once again, or once you know the truth, then, you can press forward. So me, I always like to work with facts. I don't like to work with accusation, and I don't like to assume too much. Of course, it has to start out with assumption. Otherwise, we wouldn't be looking for the truth if we assume nothing happened. So, Orange Cones, hello. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. Thank you for dropping by and saying hello. Always appreciate it. Archangel, be careful with that now. You hurt your O-ring doing all that. Want to be careful with that. Oh, don't worry, Daisy. That's what we're going to do. We're going to start all that kind of stuff Monday. Monday morning is when we start doing that. We're going to start pulling the paperwork, the books, and start looking at the budget and seeing where stuff's going, because it's obviously not going where it's supposed to, or at least it doesn't seem to be. So we're going to find that out. We're going to find out who's getting rich and who's fucking up. That's what we're going to do. They call it fucking around to find out. Well, we're going to find out which one of them's fucking around to find out. We're going to find the good ones and the bad ones. If there's any good ones left, we're gonna pull the rug back and see what's under it. Hey Lou, how you doing tonight? Good to see you out there, sir. Lou Scunt in the house. Always happy to see you, sir. Glad you came by. And there's Kevin Kaler. How you doing tonight, Kevin? Good to see you out there too, sir. Glad to have you all with me tonight. I appreciate y'all coming in to hang out. You're right, Terry. That is public record. It's not that it should be. It absolutely is. And they can't tell us no, you know. But there again, what they're going to try to show me is a budget. What I want to see is the fucking receipts about where it was spent. I don't give a fuck what the budget was laid out for the year. I don't give a damn. I want to see where it was spent. Every single goddamn dime. I want to know where the fuck it's at, where the fuck it went, who got it, and what came of it. If they paid a certain amount to have this done, I want to know if that got done or not. You know, that kind of thing. It's more than just pulling the budget. Hell, the budget don't mean shit. That's just some numbers people write on paper and say, we're going to do this with this X amount of dollars. That don't mean that it got done, if that makes sense. I'm quite sure the budget's easy to find. I bet they have a copy right there for anybody to view, but that don't mean they followed it. That don't mean they did it that way. So in order to prove that, that's going to take a lot of book searching and a lot of receipts to prove. That's my opinion. And I'm going to need some help to pour through all that information, because there should be a bunch of it. I mean, you'd figure a city should have receipts out the ass, you know, of money that they've spent in a year. So there ought to be a lot of stuff to look through. There should be. I mean, just me as a person, man, the receipts I can stack up in a week are amazing. I can't imagine what it's like for a city. So they should have plenty of records to look through, is what I'm thinking. So that's you know, we need to get on that. I'm going to start on it Monday morning. So anybody here in the local area that wants to help me out, get a hold of me. Hit me up at irontonauditor@gmail.com if you don't have my phone number, and I'll make sure I get it to you. And that way we can work on the inside and be able to talk back and forth, and, you know, get people that know what they're doing in certain areas, and we'll be able to delegate the things to certain people that do, you know, like I say, everybody's got different skills, you know, everybody's got different skill sets. Not everybody's good working with numbers. Not everybody's good working with their hands, you know. We have to find those people, figure out what they can do, and be able to delegate the right things to them so that we can have everybody working in their area of specialty, you know, if that makes sense. I'm not a leader, but I am a good manager, you know. So I just have to figure out who everybody is and what they're good at. Kelly Fitzpatrick, how you doing tonight? Still fighting a fever? Well, that's not good. Well, everybody reach out and give Kelly a little bit of love out there. Let her know that we wish her well, for sure. Make sure you send a prayer or two and all good wishes to Kelly so that she gets to feeling better. And you're never late here, Kelly. Never late. It's like the wizard on, I think it was Lord of the Rings. Don't quote me on that because I don't watch a lot of movies, but I think it was the Lord of the Rings when he said, a wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to. Well, that's the way this channel works. You're never late. I assume you came in when you wanted to. So you don't have to worry about being late here. We won't hold it against you. We're just happy to see you now. I know I am. Thank you for dropping by. And I'm sorry that you're not feeling well. Wish I could wave my magic wand to make it all better. If I could, everybody would be doing great today. But unfortunately, I don't have that power. That don't mean that we can't wish you well and give you all the best wishes and prayers that we can afford. That's for sure. We can do that. That's the easy part. Everybody can afford a prayer or two, I'm sure. You're right, Dick Insider. That's what I actually need. But if I can't get that, then we're going to have to play the part somebody is, you know. And you're right, Baby Doll Iron. It's trying to become a ghost town. You know, we got all them big empty buildings in the downtown. Ain't nobody doing nothing. No one's trying to bring in any jobs. No one's trying to bring in any business. It looks to me like they're trying to run out what little bit we got rather than trying to bring in more. So I'm most unhappy about it. And we're going to have to start, you know, we're going to have to crack a knot in somebody's ass. We're going to have to light a fire somewhere and see what shakes out. Christina Hess, how you doing tonight, sweetheart? Good to see you out there. Thank you for dropping by. She said she hopes everybody's having a great and blessed night. Well, I am, for sure. I hope everybody else is too. Comprehensive annual financial report. Okay, Orange Cones, will that tell me where the money went instead of where it was bound to go? Because like the budget's just going to tell me where it was supposed to go. Will that financial report tell me where it went, or at least it's supposed to? Because I'll be honest, guys, I don't know the lingo. I don't know what I'm looking for, and I may not know what I'm looking at for a minute. It might take me a bit to figure this out, I don't claim to be the biggest brain in the group. I just claim to be one of them trying. You're right, Archangel. That's what we ought to do. Get back to the shadow. None shall pass. Like the Black Knight. None shall pass. Lou says the financial report will show where every penny went. Well, good. That's what we need to see. Of course, that's still a piece of paper that they could have made up. I'm going to need a little bit of proof that that's where they went. I don't know if that comes with that, the receipts, tracking where that went. That's what we need to see. We're definitely looking for. Oh, there you go, Dick and Cider. That's what I'm talking about. We're looking for misappropriation of funds because I'm pretty sure that there's been a lot that's been misappropriated. I'm pretty sure that that's going on. Now, I could be wrong again, guys. I'm willing to admit I don't know everything. I'm just a dumbass hillbilly. But from what I can see, from what I can know, from where I'm at with the knowledge I have, it sure seems like somebody's dicking the dog around here, and I'm very unhappy about it. Yeah, you're right, Daisy. I should get their attention when I start requesting records. You're damn right. I intend on getting their attention. I intend on getting their attention in a big way. Because I intend on setting I want to schedule a meeting with the mayor, a sit-down meeting. I don't just want to catch him for a couple minutes as he passes by and brushes me off like I'm nobody fucking important. I want to go in and have a sit-down with a bunch of people with me. So that way we can talk to this asshole and find out exactly what's going on here. Make sure that he ain't an asshole. I got to admit, I don't know the man. I don't know him, but he sure doesn't seem to have done anything for this town. I got online last night and looked at his damn webpage, and he's talking about how he's trying to bring jobs and goodness into this town. He ain't done a fucking thing that I can see. There ain't been a goddamn thing come in here. Matter of fact, there's been a lot that left since he's been here, but nothing good's come in. So apparently he's a liar. Plain and simple, he's a liar, and he's lying right on his webpage, near as I can tell. Now, again, I'll leave a little bit out there, for I could be wrong and not know certain things. But from what I can tell and what I can see and what little bit of knowledge I have, it sure seems to me that he's just a liar. So we'll have to see how all that works out. Terry Barnes says, I'm a hillbilly too from Kentucky. Good. That's what we need to run this country, is a few hillbillies. I promise you that. There's handicap news I see popped in out there. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. Dirty old man, how you doing tonight, sir? I'm glad you come in to see us and say hello. Always good to see you out there. I got a lot of information, so I'm definitely going to need some help, guys, for sure. I'm going to need some help knowing exactly what to request, where to get it, and they might start pissing back about it too. I might have to become an asshole about it. I hope not. I hope, since it's public record, they're just like, well, fuck it, it's public record, here you go. But if there is misappropriation of funds, you can guarantee they're not going to reach me that. That's not going to be willing. They're not going to say, oh, yeah, we fucked up and we stole this much and did this with it. That's not what they're going to do. So we'll have to find that all on our own, if that be the case. We'll have to find that all on our own, because they're sure not going to tell us about it. No one ever walks in and tells everybody what a shit they are, So I don't know, Will Bell. I don't know any of these people. I'm going to have to get to know them, though, unfortunately. Dirty old man, I'm doing great. I ain't worth a damn for nothing, but I'm still out here anyway. I'm giving it the old college try. That's a good idea, Daisy. I'll have to get caught up on all that kind of stuff because I got to be honest, guys, I don't know a damn thing. I've never needed to know. I didn't live here. And apparently the people that live here either don't care or they just don't know. You know what I mean? They just don't know how bad it is. I don't know. But we're going to find out. That's what's going to happen. We're going to find out. And whenever I find out, I'm going to let every fucking body know. I promise you. I'll blow the lid off of this place and let everybody know. So I hope it ain't as bad as I'm thinking it is. I'm hoping, oh man, I'm praying it ain't as bad as I think it is. Because if it is, there's going to be a lot of people that have some shit to answer for. And I'm just not sure that the people here are going to be satisfied with the answers they get. That's what I'm worried about. I understand, Dick and Cider, everything won't be made public immediately. There's a lot we have to, that's what I mean. That's why I need some locals here, some people that we can get together in a small group and take care of a few things and find out what the truth is before we do anything, you know, because I damn sure don't want to say something and be wrong, you know. I've given my opinions tonight, and they're only my opinions from what little bit of knowledge I have. Might be all kinds of things I don't know about. I'm willing to admit that. I don't claim to know everything. I only claim to know what I know, and I can only say what I can see. So, you know, just know that this shit's a hell of a lot deeper than knee deep. I'd say we're up to the bottom of my fucking neck in it for sure. So it's at least about 4 foot deep. You know, 5'4" for sure, because it's got to be as tall as I am. Oh, thank you, dirty old man. I appreciate it. I got to be good at something. I ain't good at nothing else, you know. I agree with you, Drive Team Wally. I think it's just ignorance too. I think it's just what people don't know, you know. And I know that they don't like to be called ignorant, but that's actually not a derogatory term. It's kind of become that because people are dumbasses and they have, you know, really thin skin, and small words hurt them really deep because they're stupid. But ignorance is not something to be shunned. Ignorance can be taught. You know, ignorance is the lack of knowledge. It's not an insult to not know something. There's a lot that I'm ignorant about. Trust me, I don't know a lot. I know a lot about what I know about, just like everybody else. But anything else, I don't know much about it, which leaves me ignorant in a lot of areas. And city finance is definitely one of those areas that I'm completely ignorant in. So I'm going to have to take a crash course right along with a few other people in the local area, I think. You know, it's going to take a lot of us looking at stuff to figure this out. But I know one thing. I don't ordinarily trust anybody just because they have a title. That's for sure. From what I'm seeing here, it looks like those titles are just a way of getting off and padding their pockets while they take advantage of the taxpayer. And again, I could be wrong, but from what I can see and what I hear, it sure seems to be that way. It's probably that way everywhere all across the country, you know, every fucking town, but that don't mean that it has to be that way here. And I think that if we do it right, that we can change this place and make it a place that people want to come and live, turn it into a booming little town again where people want to be and where people have a warm heart and care, you know, and we help each other out. I think once we've done that, then there's going to be a lot of places across the nation and across the world looking at us and going, holy shit, is that what they did? Well, let's do that. You know, we can do that same thing and make it better here too, you know. So that's my ultimate dream, is that we're able to turn this into something positive and something great for the people of the city, and not only this city, but every city across the country and maybe even across the world. You know, it might spark up a whole idea of revolution here, you know, a way of winning the battle without having to fire shots. You know, I want to win the fight, but I don't necessarily want to die doing it, if that makes sense. You know, I can't achieve nothing when I'm dead. Good old boy says, so what am I saying, Terry? You don't much of anything. I'm not sure what you're talking about. What am I saying about what? What do you need clarification on? I'll do my best. You're right, Kelly Fitzpatrick. That's what I'm going to work on. That's why I've told everybody, if you're in the local area and you can and will help, hit me up on the email. That way I can start putting a list together. When you email me, tell me what you're good at. You know, if you're good at looking shit up, let me know. If you're good at numbers, let me know. You know, anything that you can and will do is going to be a benefit somewhere. If we can't use it immediately, we will be able to use it later. You know, it's going to take an entire, they say it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it's going to take the entire city to make the city better. You know, one of us ain't going to do it. 5 of us ain't going to be able to get it done. It's going to take us all. And I'm pretty sure that the citizens in here want something better than they got. You know, I'm pretty sure that that's how it works. I just don't understand why the powers that be are trying to discourage that. I don't understand why they're trying to stop that. It doesn't make any sense to me. It seems like it would be in their best interest and they'd make 10 times more money if they did it right, but maybe that's not true. I don't know. So, but we'll find out. We'll crawl through the paperwork and see what we can find out. Now they've got me interested. Good old boy says, I'm just talking shit. Okay, well, go ahead. Talk all the shit you want. I've been shit talking for 2 days. Somebody's got to shit talk, that's for sure. That's half the fun. Dick Insider says, you can't trust me, I'll sell you out cheap. Well, there you go. If you're going to do it cheap. Ain't nobody going to pay that much for me. I can promise you that. I ain't that important. Ain't worth a whole lot. You're right, Will Bell. That seems to be the fucking problem. I want to bring illegals in and give them every fucking thing and leave Americans freezing to death on park benches, including vets that just came home and shit. Like, you know, I'm so embarrassed to know these kinds of things about the people in this country. And the worst part is, it's not so much the powers that be. I expect that from government. I expect them to do shit like that. You know what I don't expect? I don't expect the people to sit back and take it like a bunch of cowards. That's what I didn't expect. You know, I thought this was the land of the free and home of the brave. The home of the brave enough to die to provide more freedom. That's what I thought. There's all kinds of people that say it, but yet all they ever do is give lip service to it. Like the ones that say, I support my troops. Well, that doesn't support troops just because you said so. Sorry, that's no support. They don't need your lip service. That's not what they need. You're right, Uncle Artie. I hadn't thought of bits and pieces, but he's got a job and pretty busy, so he might be able to. And I might be funneling some ideas to you if you can look some stuff up for me and pull some reports maybe, and maybe email them back to me, stuff like that. If you could do that, that might be great. And that would take some of the pressure off me of trying to look everything up myself, if you wouldn't mind, Uncle Artie. I'd sure appreciate it. I'm not exactly sure how to get a hold of you, so if you would send me an email, I'd appreciate it. That way I know how to contact you back. My email is irontonauditor@gmail.com. Just make sure if it's not under Uncle Artie that you let me know that's who you're talking to anyway. And, you know, a lot of people email me under their real names and stuff, and I don't never dox nobody. I don't tell on nobody, but I need to know who the screen name is so I know who I'm talking to. That way I know who I've communicated with and where. Well, I appreciate you, Kelly. Don't necessarily have to be local to help. I'm just looking for local people to help me through the paperwork and stuff. I'm going to need some more eyes on it. You're right, Terry. They do. They absolutely do deserve better. You know, it's absolutely mind-blowing to me that a man or a woman can go serve their country and come home to nothing. You know, come home and be homeless. This country and every citizen in it should be embarrassed as shit. Should be absolutely embarrassed as shit to know that shit's happening in this country. They should be so embarrassed it ought to bring them to tears that they are so weak that they will allow their government to do such a thing. I hope everybody's ashamed of themselves. I know I am. I'm absolutely ashamed of myself for not doing anything before. I wish I'd have been smarter, but I didn't know no better. And if it's just ignorance, we're going to fix that. Because we're going to tell everybody. We're going to tell everybody. And then there'll be no excuse anymore. Then if they won't do nothing, they're just cowards. Because I don't know about you guys, but there are things in life worth giving life for. And for me, this is something I'm willing to give life for. Because if nobody else does it, then I'm going to be the only one anyway. Somebody's got to do something. We all spend too much time talking about it. Nobody spends any time doing anything about it. So now we're going to see what we can accomplish when we try to do instead of just talk about it. You're right, Will. They're forced to take a handout, and they earned everything. Right. I agree. But it's definitely time that the American citizens wake the fuck up. It's well past time. We've slept too long. We've been way too complacent. It's time to wake up and realize the fruits of our own laziness and give a shitlessness. You know, we really need to get shit together. We really need to wake up and understand what's going on so we can figure out how to fucking stop it and how to change it, you know. You're right, Daisy. Ironton needs something. You know, we don't do shit here but close down businesses. Hell, all we got is bars and banks. I don't even know how the hell we keep the bars open. There ain't no money in this town, evidently. If there is, it sure ain't going into the town. I don't know where the hell it's going. Empty buildings fucking galore. Got businesses that barely sell anything. Been in business longer than I've been alive. I don't understand. None of it makes any goddamn sense to me. Seems like there's a lot of money going through this town. It's just not going into the town, if that makes sense. There's got to be money going through it. There has to be. There's too many fucking banks here and too many businesses if there ain't no money being put through. So, you know, I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, but there's obviously something going on. Probably, maybe even more than one something, you know. All that's going to have to be poured through and figured out, though. Daisy says, what are the city taxes? I'm not sure what you mean by that. What you mean, like in dollar amounts? I don't know. I don't live in here. I have no idea. Doesn't really matter because there's almost 10,500 of them, so that means it adds up to a lot, even if it's $1 a piece. You know what I mean? And we know it's more than that, you know. So yeah, there's definitely something going on. Somebody's eating a lot of dollar bills, it seems like. Maybe we just got too many people in too many jobs that we have to pay for that don't actually do anything. Maybe we need to rid some of them. I don't know. There could be all kinds of different things going on that's creating a problem. I don't know. But apparently, the ones in charge that should be trying to make it better really aren't. At least not that I can see. I ain't seen shit different. So I don't think anybody else here has either. Pretty sure all the people here locally can tell you that it's been the same way and getting worse for their entire lives, because I know it has mine. It's not getting any better. Nor does it look like they intend on making it any better. It looks like they intend on just running it straight into the ground and keeping it as a cash cow. That's what it seems like. So, you know, just know that, you know, we're going to work on it. We're going to see what we can find out. Tax rate, city taxes at grocery stores. Well, the sales tax here in Lawrence County is 7.25. It's 0.6% everywhere else in the state, but here it's 7.25. So 07, you know, 0.25. So it's 7.25 cents per dollar here in Lawrence County. So we have the highest sales tax, and you know, still ain't shit happening here, as you see. It ain't made the county better, and it sure as hell hasn't made the city of Ironton any better. So I don't know about you all, but I'd like to know why that is. I really would. I'd like to know where all this money's going. So the only way to do that is to pour through the books and find out. Start figuring out who's screwing up, and then put a stop to that. Whatever that takes. It might take more than I've got alone. So know that, you know, my goal now is to start rallying the troops. You know, we got to find out the truth, get people together, let them all know what's going on, and then find out how to fix it, how to stop it, how to fix it. You know, our public servants need to find out again that they are public servants, that they're not actually fucking in control, that we are in control. We only elected them to handle the business for us. We didn't elect them to be in control. They're not in control. They never were. They are only in control as much as we, the people, allow. That's the problem with government. They think they're in control. They say, well, you elected me to control. No, I didn't elect you to control shit. I elected you to take care of the business. Didn't elect you to control it. I still control it. I'm we the people. We the people do the control. You just handle the fucking business and sign the paperwork. You were just given the authority. That's all. You weren't given the power to control. That's not how this shit works. But see, that's what they believe, and that's what they've been doing. And the only reason is because we haven't stood up and busted their asses for it yet. So that's what we, the people, need to do. We need to pull our belts off and bust a little political ass. What are you stopping here for, West Virginia? Come on now. Figure out what you're doing. Pay attention. Makes it safer for everybody when you pay attention. You don't pay attention behind the wheel of a car, things get dangerous. There's Rachel Thompson. Hello, Rachel. How you doing tonight? Thanks for coming by. Utah Cop Watch. Look there. I'll do my best to be safe out here. Thank you very much. I appreciate the well wishes always. Thanks for dropping in and saying hello. Have his light in my car? I don't know. Hold on a second, Danny, and I'll find out here. Is it a light or a lighter? What am I looking for? I'll get turned around here and head back that way, and we'll find out here. I'm up here by Pick and Save or Food Fair now. I'm going to turn around up here, and I'll be right back down there to where Banjo's at in just a second. Give me just a minute here. Let me get turned around and head back that way. And we'll find out if I got his stuff in the car or not. I had him in here a little bit ago, so he might have left something in here. I'm driving around with the lights out, so I don't know. I can't see anything at the moment, but we'll find out, sir. Flashlight. All right, we'll find out here. I'm headed back that way, Danny. Give me just a minute. I'm turning around right now. I'm up here on the B-dubs lot. I'm headed back your way. So now we're out of here, headed back out. Let's see what we can see here. See if I got his light or not. Will Bell, there haven't been any that they've tried to lure in here. As a matter of fact, they turned a few away. They didn't try to lure them. They tried to fuck them with the tax money. Instead of giving them tax breaks to bring jobs in, they tried to raise it and keep them out. And that's what they did. They left. They didn't come here. Toyota wanted to put in a plant here. And they screwed them right out of it because they wouldn't do anything to help them out with it. So, they didn't put it here. That's what happened. So they're not trying to lure things in. They're trying to keep them out. They don't want big business in here because they know when the business comes in, that money changes hands. When money changes hands, so does power. And I think that scares the shit out of them. That's my opinion. I think they're scared shitless that somebody else is going to take the money, which means they ain't going to have the power anymore. That's what I think. For the moment, anyway. For the moment. We'll find out. We've got a long way to go. Lloyd says, did you read my comment, Terry? I didn't see it. Lloyd, I'll have to look back here in just a minute. I apologize. I'm driving. It's hard for me to see everybody's comments. I'm sorry. But I will look back here in just a second. Or if you can type it back in, I'll be looking for it this time. I apologize that I missed it. I try to keep up with the chat, but it's not always easy when I'm out driving. So I do apologize for that. Another train in Irontown. You guys look straight across the street where you see that open sign flashing over there in the window. That's the old train depot. Still called the depot, but it's a restaurant. It ain't been a train depot in many, many years now. But Ain't been a train stop in this town since I was a tiny kid, for sure. Nothing here anymore. No reason for them to stop. But they blow through here for sure, because that's where the tracks are. They definitely blow through. You guys have heard them all hours of the day and night. We always have trains. So the trains are still up and running. Unfortunately, it's not doing us much good. Hello, Lisa. How you doing tonight? Good to see you, dear heart. I'm glad you come in for a while. I'm not throwing a fit tonight, so maybe you can stick around with us for a little bit. Oleg Welch, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. Glad you come to join us for a bit. Happy to see you out there. Thanks for dropping by. Your daughter loves the sushi at the depot. My cousin does too. He told me they had really good sushi. I ain't been there yet. In my life, I've always been told that was an expensive place, and since I'm just such a poor little guy, I've never tried to go there. I've always been afraid I wouldn't be able to afford the bill, so I'd be embarrassed to walk in there just to find out I ain't got enough money to eat and have to leave, so I've just never tried it, but I've always wanted to. I heard it's really good there. Hello, get over here and see if you see your light. I don't see it, but let's check. I don't see one in here anywhere, but I wanted you to look too, just in case I just don't see it.
Hold on now. Not there.
I'm sorry, guys. Give me just a minute. I'm with Banjo. He was in my car there a minute ago and dropped his light somewhere. We're going to see if it's in the car, so give us just a minute.
Oh, right there. I'm not seeing one. Eyeglass tags. I don't see nothing. I don't see it. I can't find it nowhere. I know I didn't. I had it for I saw it over there, didn't I? You don't think it's in the trunk, is it?
Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to leave that door open. I'll shut it now.
You know why? Never, ever give a knife to.
Oh, is this?
he only got me for assault. That's it.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that, guys. I had to let Banjo check and make sure his stuff wasn't in the car and talk to him there for a minute. I apologize. Didn't mean to leave you all alone so long. I'm back now. Hopefully I didn't miss too much in the chat here, I hope. So if I missed what y'all said, please tell me again. Whew. Apparently Lossie's got one of them plastic band headlights on your forehead, and apparently it's fallen off somewhere and he's not sure where. I told him if he didn't find it to let me know. I got a couple out there at the house. I'll bring him one of them. I've always got one of those around when I have to work on something in the dark. It's really easy. You just it points where you look. You don't have to have somebody hold a flashlight that's too busy pointing at where they look. If you've ever experienced that, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're the person holding the flashlight, you won't understand. But if you're the person trying to get someone to point it where you're looking instead of where they're looking, you'll understand exactly what I mean. So if you can, get one of those to go on your forehead. That way, wherever you look, the light does too. Makes life a little bit easier, especially if you're working alone. Those are good lights to have. $72 miles for trustworthy seafood. Holy shit, that's a long ways to go. I bet you don't eat seafood a whole lot, do you? That's a long way to drive to get to it for sure. All you got to do, drive all the way to the ocean and catch your own. I'm not sure where you're located, but that sounds like a long way to go for seafood. Of course, around here, I don't know where the hell I get seafood at. About the only thing you got around here, the only thing you got in town is Long John Silver's, and that's not exactly seafood. You know, it's something like it. They call it that, but, you know, it is what it is. I don't care for much of the restaurants in Ironton. They're kind of run down and dirty and disgusting, if you ask me. I just don't care much for them. I don't normally eat in here, so very few places. Kingfish in Louisville is real good food, huh? I don't think I've ever had kingfish. I've eaten a little bit of everything else, though. As my mother says, that boy will eat anything that won't eat him first, and I think she might be wrong. I might have eaten a couple things that might have eaten me first had it got the jump on me, but obviously it didn't, because I'm still here. If it's made out of meat, it better be careful, is all I can say if I'm hungry. I'm not a hunter per se. I can hunt. I just don't enjoy it. It's not fun for me. I don't like to kill. I do love to fish, but I only fish for what I can eat too. I'm not normally a big catch and releaser. I don't like to do it for the sport. I do enjoy fishing. It's fun for me, but you know, only when I intend on bringing them home and eating them. So if I don't intend on doing that, I don't go fishing. It's no fun unless I'm going to eat it, and I just think that's a responsible way to do it. You know, I'm not saying anything about the catch and releasers. You know, if you enjoy doing it, go for it. You know. Just not my thing. Me, I'd rather, if I'm going to fish for it, I'd rather, be something that I could eat. Of course, you release the small ones, that, let them grow up a little bit. They ain't going to make a sandwich. There ain't much use to have them, so. What does that say there? We are kind of stuck. Being able to get the ingredients and make fresh at home. Basket of fried clams sure sounds good. Yes, it does. I do like fried clams. I will agree. I like those a lot. Of course, I like fried oysters too. Of course, I've eaten them not fried, on the half shell. Slurp them out of there like a big old gooey thing. Like a big old ball of snot in a shell. I like them either way. I would have never thought that I liked sushi, but one of the Chinese restaurants around here had really good, well, I don't know if it was really good sushi, but it's good enough for me, and it was all you could eat until the stuff that hit there about 4 years ago when all that crap started and the lockdowns and all that. They took it out and never did bring it back. So I miss it greatly. And if anyone would have told me a few years ago that I'd be guilty of sitting around eating pounds of raw fish, I'd have told them they was nuts. But by Joe, if I won't, I do like it actually. I never thought I would, but I sure do. It became one of my favorite things to eat. Love me some good sushi. Don't even mind some bad sushi every now and then, I guess. Ed said, "Stop talking about snotty oysters, Terry. I just ate." Sorry, Ed. uh, yeah, at least a lot of people that, fishing's one of those things that you can do without really, if you're doing it correctly, you're really not hurting the fish. You can catch them many times and put them right back. So that's why I was saying I wasn't getting on to people that like to do that. It's just not fun for me. It's, if I'm going to, I only go fishing when I intend on eating, and I only release, what's too small to eat, That's just me. Same way with my hunting. I don't like to hunt. I don't like to kill, but if I'm hungry, I will. You're right, Terry. It hurt everybody everywhere. It's still hurting us because we're paying for it now. All those billions that they took out from the Federal Reserve, we're paying for that right now. That's why eggs are as expensive as they are. That's why everything went up. That and many other things, but that right there is the main reason. So, 6.2 trillion followed by all the other billions. We the taxpayer are on the hook for that. So, Drive Team Wally says oysters really are an aphrodisiac. Well, I don't know. I've been told that. Wouldn't know. I mean, I eat oysters. I don't particularly get horny, but hey, whatever does it for you, I guess. Whatever works. Kelly Fitzpatrick says, "Ooh, the fried catfish, right? I love me some good catfish. Of course, I'll eat them all. I like bluegill, like crappie, bass, catfish. I'm known to eat a little bit of anything if I get the opportunity." Like I said, if it's made out of meat and I'm hungry, it better be worried. That's all I can tell it. I'm not deadly unless I'm hungry. It's a trout's his favorite fish to eat. The trout's all right. It's not one of my favorites, but I like it. I just like fish in general. I haven't really found a fish that I don't like yet, but I haven't tried it all. So you're right, Kelly. They can be a little bony, them and a few other fish. But if you don't mind going through it, the meat's pretty good anyway. There's Juice Man. Hello, Juice Man. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. Nothing like some Cajun catfish over rice. That sounds good. I've never had it, but it sounds damn good. I do like Cajun seasoning, so I bet that is really good. Now y'all are making me hungry the more we talk about food. Oh, I just got a notification, a message from Banjo there. It says he found it, so he must have found his light. That's good. I'm glad he did. Hard to see in the dark. Light makes all the difference. I'm glad he found his. See, XL Master signaling to make some tilapia with all this fish talk, right? How you doing tonight, ZXL? It's good to see you out there, sir. If I didn't speak to you before, glad to see you and glad to have you along on the ride, always. Hope everything's going good for you. I hope it's a great night. It is for me. I'm sure in a lot better mood than I was last night. Baby Doll Ironton, he found his light. I'd run back down there. He thought maybe he dropped it off in my car. His headlight, the one he has on his head, that elastic band light. He was looking for it and couldn't find it, but he just sent me a message and said he found it. So that's what I was saying. I'm glad he found it. Juice Man said swordfish is good. It might be. I've never had it. That's something I've never eaten either. I'd love to try it. Drive Team Wally says we all need to head to Kelly's for dinner, right? Just everybody load up in the car. We'll all head out to Kelly's and eat. Apparently, we'll have to stop 72 miles away to get the seafood and take it to her, though. But she said she's about 72 miles away from good seafood, so we'll have to stop bringing in for her. Hey, Claiborne, you have a good night, sir, and thank you for joining us for as long as you did. You know I appreciate you being around, man. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Much love back to you, sir. Daisy said Alaskan halibut is good. I don't think I've had that either that I know of. Hard to get that in southern Ohio for sure. I'm sure they sell it somewhere in a frozen package, but you know it's never as good as it is fresh. If you're going to have fish, it's always better to have it fresh. That's the one thing I always try to do every time I go to the beach is find me a good seafood restaurant and have me a good sit-down seafood dinner. I love fresh seafood. I especially love those Snow King crab legs, man. Them waitresses usually laugh at me because I'll order 2 pounds of them things and sit and crack them all open and then start eating, you know. I can eat a bunch of them, that's for sure. I like them. Lobster's okay, but I'll be honest, I prefer crab. I don't, it's not that I don't like lobster, it's just I don't prefer it. It's kind of a sweeter meat. It's not but as bad. I just like crab a little bit better. Silly Wabbit, you have a great night too. Sleep well, and we'll catch you on the next run. Thanks for popping in and saying hello. We sure do appreciate you riding with us for a while. Gooseman says swordfish is like steak, huh? Well, that's interesting. Drive Team Wally says, one day we all need to meet. Maybe Sav can come too. We can smoke and get ready to feast. There you go. That sounds like a great idea. Kelly, I seen the notification of that email, so as soon as I'm done tonight, I'll read through it. I sure will. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will never try tilapia. I saw how they raised it on Dirty Jobs. Is it that bad, Lisa? I didn't see Dirty Jobs. I'm afraid to go looking now. And tilapia might be a good tasting fish, but no, it's a crappy little fish. It ain't, it's not like it's the filet mignon or anything for sure. Sue Schuler, how you doing tonight, Sue? Good to see you. I don't think I've seen you in a while. I hope you're doing great out there where you're at. Hope you and yours are having a great night, great holiday, doing good. Always happy to see you, sweetheart. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello for sure. Really, Lisa? Really? Somehow I don't doubt it, but wow. Whew. It's amazing what they'll do with our food sources, huh? They fed them poop. That's a shitty thing to do right there, I must say. That's just a plain shitty thing to do. How's Terry tonight? Terry's doing great tonight, Sue. I'm doing a lot better tonight than I was last night. I was upset and threw me a tantrum last night, but I'm doing much better tonight. I'm actually pretty happy, having a great day again, like I usually do. You're right, Lisa. That might be why they're crappy fish for sure. They say you are what you eat. So if you're eating poopy, I guess you're poopy. Might be why we have such shitty humans in the world too. They're eating crap. So there you go. Just at a guess. Anything's possible. Anything's possible. Yeah, ZXL, I'm out by myself tonight. Della stayed home we had all the stuff to make Thanksgiving dinner, but since we were invited to Baby Doll Ironton's, we didn't cook ours yet. She's doing it tonight for the two of us. So she's at home working on all that wonderful food, and I'm out here driving around, so know that when I get home, I'm going to eat good. I'm going to have me a really good dinner tonight, or early in the morning, whenever I quit anyway. It's going to be great to get home and spend some time with her and get some good food. So. Hey, there's Veronica. Hello, Veronica. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. Sue said, quiet around here. Sometimes too quiet. Well, hey, turn me on. I'm not quiet. I'll liven up the party. I'm loud and proud for sure. I'll break the lid right off of quiet. Team Wally says the country is the place to be, and I agree with you completely. That's where I'm always at. I stay out there as much as possible. That's where I live. I don't like the city living. I don't like the way it works. I don't like how people live in here. So I don't do it. But Sue says shit happens. It's all good, right? There's one thing that's going to happen. It's shit. That's a fact. We all know that. Happens too much to some and not enough to others, but either way, it always happens. That's a fact. A lot of shit going around these days. But just know that we're all facing the same shit. So, all of us that ain't in the big club anyway. It's a big club. Most of us ain't in it. The ones that ain't in it are eating shit every day from it. So they just keep shoveling it off of their plates onto ours. Such is politics and power anyway. Chickens, goats, peacocks, dogs, and a cat. I've always wanted a female goat. That way I can get her bred and milk her. I do love goat milk. I'd love to have a cow, but they're more expensive than a goat to take care of. I don't even have the money to feed a goat. That's why I don't have one. let alone a cow. But I do love fresh milk, and I think that would be an animal worth having around if I could afford to feed it, and take good care of her. That way I'd have good milk. But, wish in one hand and shit in the other, as they say, and see which one gets filled up first. I know which one that is. It's always the shit hand. In case you don't know, it's always the shit hand, never the wish hand. Donald Guerin, how you doing tonight? I haven't seen a pig in over 6 months. Love the country, right? Don't see them as much out there for sure. That's why I like to live out there too. Keeps them out of my hair as well. Kelly says her neighbors have pigs. I would love to have a small farm, but hell, you can't afford to have one. You can't afford to feed them. They made it almost impossible to be able to do. Unless you have a big, huge dairy farm or something and nothing but and make a lot of money at it, it's almost impossible just to raise a few animals. Usually if you do, you're going to be throwing money away to get it done. Even as expensive as eggs are, it's still cheaper damn near to buy the eggs than it is to have them take care and feed the chickens. So, that's kind of the problem you end up with in the world is, it's just hard to maintain, take care of yourself on a little. The problem is, that they've got it so expensive, it's going to take a group effort to do things like that, Wild horses, really? I've never actually seen a wild horse in my life. Seen them on TV, obviously, but I've never actually seen. We don't have them here, obviously. If we do, I sure never seen one. Yes, Baby Doll Ironton, I can meet you anywhere you want, but if you want to meet Banjo, it'd be easier to meet down at the Rich Station down on 3rd because he's right behind it instead of the Speedway. Unless that's what you're talking about. But the Rich Station down on 3rd Street, I can head there right now, actually. As a matter of fact, I will. And I'll meet you right there at the Rich Station and take you right to where he's at. Lisa said she grew up on a dairy farm, has a beef farm now. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Gotta love the farmers, because without them, we ain't got shit. Don't forget the farmers, guys. Very important. Very important. Seems like we want to make sure doctors, lawyers, and pharmacists get paid 6 figures a year, but they don't want the farmers to make that much money, and they're the ones that feed us all. Sometimes it seems like our priorities are a little screwed up. People that don't need the money get paid a lot, and people that should get it don't never get none. So, seems to be the way it works. You got it, Baby Doll. I'm on my way there right now. I'm just rolling down Park Avenue past Advance. I'll be there in just a minute, and I'll wait to see you there. Hey, Sundown, how you doing? Dell is not with me tonight. She's at home, but she might be out there in the chat. She'll be in and out. She's cooking dinner for me, so that's what she's doing at the moment. So I'm out here all alone with you guys. Well, I'm not all alone. I got you all with me, but you know what I mean. Physically, at the moment in the car, I'm all alone, except for having you all with me in the chat. But it sure is good to see you, Sundown. Thanks for coming in and stopping by. I do appreciate it. All right, Baby Doll Ironton, I'm in no hurry. I ain't got nothing better to do anyway. I'm in here pretty much all night anyway. So I'm going to head down that way, and I'll see you when you get there. You're right, Kelly. Goat cheese is good. I love goat cheese. I love just drinking the goat milk. Of course, I love cow milk too. It's just hard to get your hands on it. Until they come in and put enough water in it and boil all the nutrition out of it, they tell you can't drink it. I never will figure out how the government decided raw milk's a bad thing and it's not good until after they get a hold of it and do a bunch of shit to it and then tell you it's better. Idiots. I don't know why people fall for that shit. But they do. They've made it pretty well illegal for anybody to sell you raw milk, which just makes no sense whatsoever. You drink it for hundreds of years and then all of a sudden you can't drink it no more because it's not good. I'm pretty sure we all know that's horseshit. If you don't know that that's horseshit, please listen to me now. It's horseshit, I promise you. I've drank milk straight from the cow my whole damn life. Matter of fact, when I was a baby, I couldn't drink the formula. My mother said it made me very, very sick. I was very allergic to it. Apparently, all they had was what was called Similac at the time, and the only other thing they had was called Soyalac, and apparently it was a soy-based formula. She wasn't able to breastfeed, and I couldn't eat the formula. So if it hadn't been for my grandparents' cow, I would have literally starved to death as an infant. I would have had nothing to eat. So I drank raw cow's milk, and hey, here I am. So her name was Pet, the old cow. So thank God for Pet. I'll never forget Pet, ever. Uh, Pretty special cow to me. She was still there when I was like 3 or 4 years old, so I still remember old Pet. I got to pet her myself. I loved old Pet. She's a good old cow. Now being a lot older and looking back and knowing that she kept me alive, that meant a lot to me. So I loved that old cow. And it wasn't just me. There was 2 or 3 of us in the family of the grandkids that managed to survive off that old cow. So she kept a few of us going, 2 or 3 of us. If it hadn't been for her, we'd all starved to death. So hats off to Pet. Hey, there's commentator auditor. How you doing tonight, sir? Glad you decided to stop by and see us for a minute. Always good to have you. I hope your evening's going well. Always good to have another auditor in the mix. Even if you're just commenting on it, that'll work too. We'll take it. We'll sure take it. All right, baby doll Ironton, whenever you get here, I'm here. I'm here and waiting. So ain't got anywhere to be just now, so I'll just wait on you right here. Just got home from visiting some friends. Well, that was fun. I guarantee it. It always is, isn't it? I'm glad that you got out and got to spend some time. Hopefully you made some memories. Eric LaSalle, or LaSalle, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. I might be butchering the shit out of it, and if I am, I apologize. But it's good to see you out there. Thanks for coming by and saying hello. To the only true auditor I see on the tube. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know if I'm the only real one or not. I'm sure there are more out there like me. We just don't know them yet. There's got to be. I can't be that much of an anomaly, surely. There's got to be somebody else out there like me. Just somebody that's just real, just genuine. Surely I'm not the only person. I don't believe that. I mean, after all, I got all you all here, and you all are like that. Obviously, that's why you stick with me, ain't it? Ain't that why you're all here? Because I'm just a genuine kind of guy, just the real one. So I'm pretty sure there's a lot more than that out there. There has to be, surely. I can't be the only one. I hope not. I need too much help to be the only one for sure. Kelly said fresh milk never gets past her for making cheese. I definitely love cheese. There's not been a cheese I've found I don't like either. So even the stinky, nasty ones. I even like Limburger. I eat the hell out of that too. Can't find it around here anymore, but I sure do like it. You don't harass and stir up shit for reactions on your channel. You're the real deal. Well, you're right. I don't do that. That's not the idea. That's not what I wanted to do, and I haven't. That's not going to solve anything, and it's not going to help anything. It's just going to turn people against me is what it's going to do. All right, guys. Got the person here that wanted to see Banjo, so let me jump out of here. I'll take y'all with me. I'll take them over here to see Banjo. Hell, get my old ass out of the car. Seems like it gets tougher every time I go to get out. He's right around here under the bridge.
Look, we are definitely running behind. How come I run so far behind? You're still in your car talking.
See that little live? Touch the live. See how it switched?
Well, I'd be daggone.
See, now you'll be a little bit closer. So there you go.
It's where now?
Right here under the bridge. Literally. Right here under the bridge.
Okay.
Just drive right over here and I'll walk over here. Just follow me. All right, guys, leading somebody into where Banjo's at. They want to see him. Lead them over here. The blue truck, sir. That one's for you.
He's been looking for this guy down at my house. This is another homeless man, but his mother lives next door to me. And Banjo's been looking for him every time he comes down there.
Well,
but
good.
He ain't caught him.
Glad they found each other then. Well, I'm going to leave y'all to it. I'm going to go get back to my chat.
All right, Terry.
Thank you for all you do.
Hey,
thank you.
I'm here, and on the other, I'll back you 100%. You need me, I'll go with you, whatever.
Well, I'm definitely going to have to go. A bunch of us are going to have to.
Okay.
You know they ain't going to like us.
Well, it doesn't matter to me.
We're
these guys' life are important,
right?
Just as the ones that's in a good
just as important as mine.
That's right, and mine.
My life really ain't that important unless I use it in defense of them. Then it'll be important.
That's right.
My life's not important.
And like we talked, so. This is a dream come true for me and you both. It's something I've always wanted to do. It's a chance I get to do. So I'm blessed.
Me too. Well, it's what Captain Chad always says. You're blessed to be a blessing.
Oh, by the way, talk about Captain Chad. I'm trying to get a hold of him. I don't know how to use Cashapp, but I want to buy him a mic. And it's on sale. And I don't know how to send him the money to get it.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll go down. What is today? Saturday, isn't it? I'm not
he's
sure
not
he's working
today. Because I talked to Bits, and I told Bits to have him to call me. I'm going to give him a credit card number. I'll trust him. Let him order it. But he hasn't called me. Or will you get a hold of him?
I will.
And ask him if he wants you to come by my house and just pick up the money.
I will do that.
It's at my house. If he tells you yes, you can come by, blow your horn.
Okay.
I want to give him $100 on the money.
It'll probably be tomorrow before I get a hold of him.
Okay.
Because I got the live going now.
If he doesn't get a hold of me between now and then, we'll just give it to you and you can get it to him.
That'll work out. I'll get a hold of him tomorrow.
All right.
I'll let you know as soon as I know something.
Light? Did you show Terry your light? Did he show you his light, Terry?
Who?
Banjo.
Yeah, he said he'd found it.
I gave him that light today. It's rechargeable.
Oh, good deal. Got him another light. That's a good deal.
Show him. See how bright it. Show Terry your light, Banjo. See it. It'll go clear up in there.
Oh, damn, son, you can spot coon with that thing.
I want y'all to see.
Be a good coon light.
Okay, I'm
y'all have a good night. I'm gonna get back to where I was doing there, or what I was doing, not where I was doing. Hell, I'm doing it right here, I reckon. Tongue getting wrapped around my eye teeth, guys. Can't see what I'm saying. I apologize. Didn't mean to take my attention away from you there too long. There was another homeless gentleman that him and Banjo have been trying to hook up for a while, and a lady here in town managed to bring him down here to meet him. So now they're hooked up there and they're having a good time and a good reunion. So that's good. Let's get back in the car here. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to back up through the chat here a little bit, figure out what I've missed. If I've missed something big, please tell me. KMB and all those numbers says you are different since you don't go out and antagonize people. You want things to change for the better. Right, there is good on all sides. I believe that. I believe that people inherently, for the most part, I believe the majority of us are good. I think there's just a few people that, you've often heard it said that power corrupts, I think it's more that power attracts corruptible, or the corrupted. not everyone who's ever held power has been corrupted. That's not true, and I don't believe that it is. I just believe that corrupted and corruptible people are attracted to power, the positions of power. That's what I think. Eric said safety vests. I have to wear one every day. Do a little security. They're a little bit constricting. Yeah, I got this one simply because I've popped out quite a few times. Um, well, not by mistake. I mean, but just popping out of nowhere. As far as the cops are concerned, they didn't see me walking up, and it scared them a little bit. So now that I have the vest on, when they shine that light back, they'll know it's me every time, because I'm probably the only guy that's going to be walking around in the middle of the night with one of these vests on, is what I'm hoping. So that way they can they can keep their focus and their attention on what they're on, instead of trying to put it on me and worrying about what I'm doing. That way they'll know who I am, and they'll already know exactly what I'm doing. They know what I'm here for. So no doubt in their mind there. They always know what I'm here for. Get this camera switch back around, guys, so you can see what we're looking at as we're going down the road here. Staring at me's no fun, is it? There we go. Get you back looking at the town instead of my ugly mug. I'm surprised this camera manages to look at me and still stay whole. I'm surprised I ain't broke a lens yet. Hey, there's Christine Lovelace. Hello, Christine. How you doing tonight, sweetheart? I'm glad you decided to join us. I seen you in there last night too, and I'm sorry I didn't speak to you individually. I was having a fit last night. I apologize, but I sure am glad to see you, dear. I'm glad you come in and said hello. Thank you much for that, by the way. Always good to see you in here. Kelly said she's always a day late and $1 short. Yeah, aren't we all? It's the way it seems in life sometimes. You always end up a day late and $1 short. Or 10 days late and $5 short or something. Sometimes I arrive on time and I'm still $1 short, but hey, I can't really complain. My life is fairly easy for the most part. I've got it, broken down to where I don't really, all the difficult things aren't as difficult, because I've made preparations to avoid the difficult, and trying to keep it easy and as maintenance free as I possibly can. Everything from my haircut to my wardrobe, I try to keep everything easy. Like I always tell everybody, I'm like a dirty slut. I'm cheap and easy, and that's how I like life. Just cheap and easy, as maintenance free or low maintenance as I can possibly make it. That way I have more opportunity and more time to do other things, instead of working on the maintenance and upkeep and all that crap that takes everybody else's days away from them. And their money. The more you have, the more you have to spend to maintain it, for sure. You got big equipment, you got to pay for that. You got a swimming pool and a hot tub and all that stuff. That's a lot of money right there in maintenance. It's not always the buying and setup costs. It's that constant maintenance that'll get you. Not only in time, but right in the pocket too, man. It'll thin an ass pocket out quick. For sure. Eric says, love your humor, buddy. I don't know if you're talking to me, but if you are, I'm glad you do. I've got my own special brand, and I know I'm an acquired taste. I get it. I know everybody don't find me funny, but I do the best I can. I try to be as funny as possible most of the time. The one thing I love to see is people to smile and laugh. That's why I studied for so long. I'm also a magician, so I do a lot of magic for the kids and stuff. And the reason is because, man, there's nothing better than to watch a child's eyes light up and watch the beautiful smile that lights up the room when it comes across their face. It warms my heart, man. And as I've gotten older, it's not just the kids, it's anybody I can make smile and laugh. I have a great time doing it. And what I found is, if you speak to people and you make them smile, and if you can make them laugh, they will never ever forget you. They will remember you forever, even though you don't remember them, because they're just 1 out of 30 people you met today where you were at. They'll never forget you. They don't ever forget me, I can promise you that. I have people that come up to me all the time and are like, hey, do you remember me? And sometimes I have to sound rude. I'm like, no, I'm sorry, not right off, I don't. And they'll remind me of a time so many years ago at this one place where they were one of 15 people I walked in on and had to meet, and I was the only person. But by Jove, they never forgot me. And it always warms my heart. People always tend to remember me. It's like no matter where I go, it's kind of like Cheers. Everybody always knows my name. So, and if they don't know my name, right out, they definitely never forget my ugly mug. Maybe it's just because I'm so ugly. Once it burns an image into your mind, you can't forget it. That's a possibility too, But it's about my attitude. My attitude, where I'm cordial, respectful. Try to be anyway, until you give me a reason not to be, and then I can be an asshole. But when I'm not busy being an asshole, I ain't such a bad guy, and I think that's all it is. It's my approach. I'm just a genuine guy, and when you go out and approach the world that way, the world will respond that way for the most part. There's always going to be assholes in the bunch. Everybody knows that, but that doesn't make everybody that way. I try not to broad brush anybody too much, due to profession or location or where they're at in life. You know, for the homeless, for instance, they're not there to be ashamed of. They're not there to be embarrassed by. They're there because they have nowhere else to go and they need our help. That's what they need. They don't need us to be embarrassed and offended and acting like a bunch of Karens and Darrens in the world, complaining and bitching because they're there. Uh, if we have a complaint that they are there, then the complaint should be on us because we're not helping them get out of there. So, know that if you're blaming the homeless because they're there, I blame you because they are there, because you're not doing anything to help. So that's who I put the blame on. Hey, Queen Bee, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. I'm glad you came in. Good to see you for sure. Sundown says what? I'm sorry, Sundown. Let me see that. Says, I am surprised you didn't become one of those 100K guys with your gift of gab, right? Well, Sundown originally, and this is an interesting story. Originally, I don't know if y'all know. I'll tell you. I've told it, a few times. People that know me know. I'm actually an ordained pastor, if you can believe that shit. And originally, I was going to be like the next Joel Osteen, one of those guys. The next, what the fuck's his name? Kenneth Hagin, one of them. One of those guys, one of those multi-million-dollar preachers. That was where I was headed. That's what I wanted to do. That was when I actually believed their bullshit, and it took me a little while. It took me a little while to figure out that what they were doing was not quite right, and it damn sure wasn't scriptural, you know. And once I figured that out, after I'd spent all these years, trying to hone my skills and develop, you know, it would be really easy for me to stand behind a pulpit and have people throw money at me. That'd be so easy. And it's not because I'd be really good at it. It's just because people, man, people are easy. They're gullible, unfortunately. They're gullible. They don't know no better. And they listen to these guys that they trust. And all those guys do is seem to rape their money too, And I don't want to be one of those. I don't want the money for me. It's not about me. All I need is enough money to survive, and the rest of it, everybody else can have. I don't ever want to be rich. I used to want to be when I was a younger man, of course, because I was dumb and I didn't know no better, But now that I know that money will not bring, it's not that money can't buy happiness. Anybody ever said that money can't buy happiness obviously didn't have no damn money. You know what I mean? It can buy happiness. The problem is money can't buy the lasting happiness. It can't buy the things that make you truly spiritually happy. And that's because that comes spiritually. And that'll only come when you give. It won't come when you take. That's for sure. You know, Talking more like selling ice cubes to Eskimos. Well, I can. I guarantee you I could sell some Frigidaires in Alaska. That wouldn't be a problem. As a matter of fact, I sold $1,600 vacuum cleaners door to door when I was a much younger man and made a very good living at it. I wasn't there for 2 weeks before I was one of the best salesmen they'd ever seen, and everybody there started learning from me, including people who've been doing it for years, and it's because of that silver tongue, that gift of gab. God bless me. He blessed me with the ability to communicate well. And I appreciate him for that, because now I'm actually able to use it with you guys. I'm actually able to use it here and be a voice for people that don't have one. So, as far as making all that money, I quit trying to do that a long time ago. If you have all that money, then you have to stay awake and try to keep it. You know what I mean? Seems like all the people with all the money, they have more problems than we do. The poor people have a lot less problems than most of the rich, just so you know. That's why they're never truly happy. Fubar, good evening. Good to see you out there. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. I appreciate you. Very much so. Well, you're right, Lisa. I wouldn't want anybody to be like him either, but I didn't know any better then. I thought I wanted to be something like him. Not him exactly. He was just one of the first ones off my head. Kenneth Hagin, Kenneth Copeland, Joel Osteen. What's the woman's name? I can't think of her name right off the top of my head. Doggone it. Anyway, all those big TV preachers that you see that are raking in the damn millions, got the air-conditioned dog houses and shit. I wanted to be one of those when I was young. I thought that's what I was going to end up, and I spent my time learning scripture. And when I did that, I found out that they were a bunch of wrong sons of bitches for what they were doing to people, and that's why I'm not that way now. Austin Murphy, hello, sir. Good to see you out there, Austin, as always. Thank you for dropping by and waving hello, man. I appreciate it. Good to see you there. Joyce Meyer, that's it, Queen Bee, you got it. I knew somebody would get it. I couldn't remember her name right off. There was a time when I had a lot of respect for all those names I threw out there. But that was before I came to any real scripture knowledge. I had what they taught me, because I didn't know where else to learn. And through my years, I've done a little studying with a little bit of everybody. I've studied with the Mormons. I've studied with the Jehovah's Witnesses. I've studied with Catholics. I've studied with Christians of all denominations everywhere. I've looked into the Muslim religion, not a lot. I don't know everything, just a little bit. As little bit as my country mind can handle. I've been around, and I found that 90% of what we're taught and what we think is wrong. Whether you learned it in church or at school don't make no difference. The system is built against us. The devil really is the devil, and he really does lie everywhere all the time, and he lies more in church than he does anywhere else. Know that for a fact. So be very careful what you believe. Don't believe it unless you know it. Don't believe it just because someone else told you, because that damn sure ain't going to make it true. I promise you. Don't believe it because I told you. You better go make sure. You better go check up on me. When I tell you something, I expect all of you to go look it up yourself, do your own research, and make your own decision. You can come back and disagree with me all you want. That's good. And if you got something to teach me, I'll listen, because I agree that I don't know it all. I'm not claiming to. But I'm claiming to know shit no one else does, and I'm claiming to do it a different way than anybody else ever has. That's what I think. I want to be different, because it's going to take that. We've had all this other shit for years and years and years and years, and look what we've got now. It ain't helping none. So it's time to try something a little bit different, do things a little different, see if we can't get some different results. The definition of insanity is doing the same damn thing you always do and expecting it to be different tomorrow. That's just insane, and that's not going to happen. It's not going to work. So we're going to try to do something a little bit different around here. Was that Gwag I seen up there? Hello, Gwag. How you doing? Good to see you out there. I'm glad you came by to say hello. There you go. The name it and claim it, blab it and grab it type. That's what I'm talking about. I used to want to be one of those. I mean, I sure got the tongue for it, got the knowledge too, but there again, it was wrong. That's why I don't do it now. So there you go. And you're right, Fubar, the church is a scam. Unfortunately, they don't know that. They've been taught all that shit. They think they're standing on the shoulders of giants. Unfortunately, they don't realize they're preaching the same shit that everybody else preached before them, and ain't none of that shit true, because they don't really read the book. They just read the verses and believe that's what it means. They don't really go into depth to look for the true spiritual meaning. All they're doing is gleaming off the top. Hey, there's Roseanne Mossman. How you doing tonight, dear heart? Good to see you out there. No, I'm not on the warpath tonight. Not at all. I'm having a good night tonight. Not a bit angry tonight, thank goodness, because I had enough of that last night. I was in rare form last night. And again, Roseanne, I apologize for that. I'm sorry you had to see me that way, dear. It's just not how I like to be, for sure. And I'm sorry that everybody had to put up with my ranting. So tonight I'm doing much better, though. A lot less. We're a lot more rant-free tonight. But now that I got Roseanne in here, if you're going to stick around for a minute, Roseanne, we'll go down and hit the bridge. I guess that's just going to become an Ironton Auditor tradition. We're just going to go across that bridge every evening that we're in here. Everybody likes the bridge, so we'll go do our crossing and make sure Chili ain't on the other side and all that, We'll get to see the pretty bridge and make sure Chili ain't over there all alone waiting on Ironton Auditor or anything, We don't want him to wait too long. Something tells me he ain't over there, but you know, just in case, we'll go find out. Don't want to make the poor little feller wait. Hey, Danny, thank you for doing that for Banjo. I appreciate you, sir. I know he does. And I'm pretty sure everybody else in the chat appreciates you helping Banjo, too. You mean a lot to us, Danny, and we sure do appreciate you, by the way. Guys, in case you haven't told Danny thanks, please reach out there and tell him thanks now in the chat. Let him know that you give a damn. Let him know that you know what he's doing, the good for people, and that you care, and that you appreciate him for it. Oh, I didn't do nothing, Baby Doll Ironton. I didn't do a thing. You're the one that brought them together. You're the one that deserves all the kudos. I didn't do a thing. Thank you, sweetheart. You're the one out there with the big heart doing all the good stuff. I'm just the delivery guy. I'm just the guy running around putting people together. I ain't doing nothing special. It's wonderful people like you that's making it happen. So thank you, sweetheart. You're the one doing the good work. I'm just the voice out here is all. I'm just the one crying in the wilderness, as they say. Somebody's got to scream loud so everybody hears it, I reckon. It might as well be me. I got the big mouth, big set of lungs. Auditron says, come to Hawaii and visit me. I'd love to come to Hawaii. Unfortunately, I'm very far away from Hawaii. I'm a lot of dollars away from Hawaii for sure. I'd love to make it down that way, though. There's a couple people down in Hawaii I'd love to meet. Auditron, of course, if he's down there. And then there's Steve Harloa. He's down there somewhere. And Nina, his wife. A couple lovely people I'd love to meet down that way. If I ever get to make it that far south. I've never been to Hawaii, of course. I've never been out of the continent of the United States. So never even crossed into Canada myself. So I've never been out of the country one time in my almost 50 years. And here we go, hitting this bridge again. Hey, there's Dark Watch. How you doing tonight, Dark Watch? Thank you again, by the way, for everything you do. It's appreciated. I don't often get the chance to say thank you near as much as I wish I did. So thank you to you and many, many others. There's too many people for me to thank individually, but I appreciate you all so much. You all do so much and go above and beyond to help me more than I could have ever asked for. And I just want y'all to know how much I love and appreciate every one of you. You guys you all fill me full of love from my top of my head all the way to the bottoms of my feet, and I appreciate you all so much for that. I can't do it without you. I absolutely cannot. It's because of you guys that I'm still out here, because you all support me. You come out and hang out with me in the chat. You put up with me when I'm being an asshole, and you love me anyway, and I appreciate it very, very, very much. I think y'all are the most awesome group on the internet. That's what I think, and I think that's why you're here. No doubt in my mind. I always tell everybody they should always make sure which side their bread's buttered on, and so I always try to pay particular attention to where my bread's buttered and know that I am paying attention, guys, and I love you all for it. Thank you very much for your support. Sometimes all I need is a kind word, and y'all always have that for me. You guys are awesome, and I appreciate y'all so much out there, by the way. Hey, there's Blanche. Hi, Blanche. How you doing? Glad to see you too tonight. Glad you come in and said hi. Always nice to see everybody. If there's anybody out there that I have forgotten to speak to, please let me know, and I'll speak to you now. If I've missed you in the chat, I'm sorry. As I'm driving around, I try to pay attention, but it's hard to watch the phone, obviously, when I'm driving. So. Fubar said, anyone see that Minnesota News Now had his truck towed while alive? No, I didn't see that. I'm not sure how that happened out. Did he have it parked somewhere he shouldn't have, or is he just being screwed with, is the question. Bar says it got repoed. Ooh, that's never good. Well, that's what happens if you don't pay, I guess. You know, if you're going to dance to the music, you got to pay the piper. And when you don't, they'll damn sure come to collect. They'll find it one way or another. That sucks for him. Unfortunately, I guess he's not the only one. There's a lot of people getting their shit repoed and taken away from them, of course. Houses, mortgages falling in. People, you know, it's that time, you know, we're at that time in history when it's worse now than it's ever been. And it's not getting any better from here. You know, I'm pretty sure everybody sees that. It's not getting any better until we, the people, rise up and take it back. You know, we have to take back the power because we've let them have it too long. Now they think it's theirs. They don't realize it comes from us. They don't realize they actually don't have the power. We, the people, do. All they do is have the power to sign the papers as we, the people. And we need to go remind them of that. We need to go remind them that the only power we actually give them was the signing power. And that if we decide to, we'll take that back. But they're going to use it for the right reasons and in the right ways, or we're going to make them regret the fact that they didn't, you know. Nope, ZXL Master, super unnecessary human, not seen. He's not been at the Kentucky border at all, and I cross that thing at least twice a day. And just to make sure, you know, I just want to make sure that if he's there waiting on me, I show up promptly. I like to be on time. I don't like being late. Matter of fact, many years ago, when I had one of those straight everyday jobs, I was always an hour early for work. No matter where I worked, no matter what time I had to be there, I was always an hour early. And the reason is because if I had a flat tire or got stuck in traffic, I was still able to arrive on time. I don't like to be late. To be honest, I'd rather call off work than be late. I don't like to be late. So I want to make sure if he's over there waiting on me that I ain't late for sure. I want to make sure he don't have to wait long. It sucks when your stuff gets repoed, I'd say, but that's part of the deal, I suppose. When you sign the contract to buy it, you're going to make X amount of dollars payments, and when you don't, they're going to come and get it and take it from you and give it to someone else who'll make the payments. So, of course, they'll charge you more than it's worth too when they do that, and then they'll resell it anyway. So it's unfair, but that's how it works. You're right, Blanche. It feels like I'm driving out in the bush, that's for sure. I feel like I'm way out in the outback or something, you know? This town can be hard on the suspension, that's for sure. I'm a mechanic. I work on them all the time. Ball joints, tie rod ends, and struts and springs, and the entire suspension underneath, control arms, all that stuff. I fixed many of them around this area. These are pretty rough. So again, as I say, it kind of makes me question where the money's going. You know, it's obviously not going in to repair the streets. It's obviously not going into bringing business and things into town. You know, it's obviously not helping where it needs to, you know. So I'm not sure what their plans are, but, you know, we're going to have to dig into that as the citizens and find out, you know. That's what we're going to have to do. Buddy, figure out where you're going and get there. Gee whiz. Poor fella didn't know which way to go, evidently. Yeah, it sure doesn't seem to me that money's being spent wisely in this town. And again, I will admit I could be wrong, you know, but they got a lot to prove, you know. They got a lot to prove me wrong, that's for sure. Because I'm not sure that it can, you know, not sure they can at this point. It's going to take a lot of proof, because it sure seems to me that there ain't much being spent where it needs to be. Seems like somebody's dick in the dog, as I always say. Somebody's lying and not doing it right. That's what I think. But I'll leave room for the fact that I could be wrong and I could be mistaken, and there might just be knowledge and information that I don't have. But we're going to go in search of that. And then we're going to find out. Becca Joe says, I read that Ironton got state funding for roads starting in 2023. Well, it's about time, because they've only been fucked up for my whole life, and I'm 48 years old, just saying. It's pretty bad that we need state funding for that. Why the hell can't the city pay for their own, is what I want to know. Kind of makes you wonder where it's all going, don't it? It sure does me. Guys, I'm going to run in here to the gas station. I will be right back in just a second. Matter of fact, I think Amelia's in here. I'll just take you and leave you with her if y'all want to. Oh. Every time I go get out of this car, it's a little bit harder than it was the last time. Funny that. Hello again.
Hey.
How you doing tonight?
I'm
Living the dream, huh? Is that anything like the nightmare I'm living? The dream you speak of?
Well, like I said, I'm living the dream. It might be somebody else's, but shit, I'm living it.
Right. Well, we all got to live it, I suppose, whether we like it or not, don't we?
Yeah. I'm grateful I woke up on this side door.
Guys, I'm going to lay you here on the counter for just a second.
Oh, shit. Back all the way up. 3:38. Is your bag still here?
Huh?
Your bag still back there?
The what?
Your bag. Somebody take off. Back.
Oh, no, I was too short. I couldn't get it on there.
Shit.
Just couldn't reach it. It's so tall. I
want
was
the
just so
ladder?
short I couldn't get there.
You want the ladder? Oh, you can borrow the ladder.
Nah, that's all right. We're going to take care of it Monday. What the hell happened there?
It's probably almost.
Try this again. Oh, I know what I did. It'll go that time. Bad pen. Told you. Too many cards, too many pens.
Yep.
Thank you, dear. We appreciate it.
Have a good one, baby. See you later.
See, I don't know if y'all seen my bumper sticker back here. It was actually on the car before I got it, but it's so right, or at least it should be right. You know, that's what a lot of them government officials need to hear. They need to hear we the people say go fuck yourself. And the reason they need to hear that is because we the people are pissed off. That's the reason that we the people say go fuck yourself, is because they pissed us all off. So, and if they haven't pissed you off yet, then you're not pissable offable, evidently. You know, you need to learn how to get pissed. You need to learn how to get mad and have a voice and let them know that you don't like what they're doing to you. You don't like what they're doing with your money. You don't like how they're acting. It's going to take us all everywhere all the time. So, U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration is awarding a $2 million grant to Ironton for some road work in the industrial area. Well, what about the rest of it? They shouldn't need $2 million from the federal government. The federal government has to beat and rape the rest of us to take it away from us. So you mean to tell me that the people in this town are paying the shit out of their taxes that can't fix the roads, and now they have to pay the shit out of the taxes to the federal government so the federal government can come in and do what the city should have already done? Does this make any sense to anybody out there? Is there something I don't know? Maybe y'all have to clue me in and tell me how it's supposed to work, but it just doesn't seem like it should work that way. That seems like we're getting taxed double to me. Seems like that should have already been taken care of and fixed up. Just saying. Well, Lisa, that's what you would think. But remember, the federal government isn't really the one you're getting the funds from. It's me and you that have to pay that. So what I'm curious about is if the city has a certain budget for the streets and it's not spent on the streets, then why the fuck aren't they giving that back to the taxpayer? Where is it going? It's obviously not going to where it's supposed to. And you can't tell me that they ain't got a certain amount budgeted. They have to have, you know. I'm just wondering where it's all going. So we're getting beaten right by every government agency out there, from the local all the way to the federal. The federal government shouldn't have to pay shit. They shouldn't be able to pay shit. The federal government should not have any control of any money whatsoever. That's what they shouldn't have. The one thing they can't do is manage money. Hell, local governments can't do it. You damn sure the federal government can't do it. That's the reason we're in the mess we're in right now. That's why we had to take out $6.2 trillion when Trump was in office, because they can't manage any fucking money. All they can do is take more. So they borrowed that on our lives, by the way. That's what happened there. Treat us like we ain't worth a penny, and then take out 6.2 trillion. And they sure as hell didn't give it to us. They spend it where they want to, not where it should go. You're right, Lisa. I'm sorry. I'm upset anyway. I can't help that. I apologize. You're right. There is lots of information I need. I don't have it all. I've said that. I got a lot to learn here in a short amount of time. So, hey, there's Georgia Peach. Hello, how you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. Where are we going? We're just going all over town, anywhere and everywhere. We don't have a specific place to go, so I just kind of cruise around, always looking for those flashing lights. Hey, there's Epiphanies. How you doing tonight, sweetheart? Good to see you out there. Glad you come to join us. Always good to see you. Logan Sandman. Hello, sir. How you doing tonight? Hope your night is good. Well, Lisa, I think the things I'm upset about are worth getting upset about, but I just wish I knew more. You know, I wish I didn't have to learn it from the ground up. That's going to be a little frustrating. That's probably about right, Chuck. 10%, if they actually spend that much on it. I don't know what's going on, but we'll have to find out. We definitely need to look into it. We've got to find out. I'm assuming that there are a lot of funds that are misappropriated around here, but I don't know that to be a fact. That's my assumption based on what little bit of knowledge and information I have. That's just what it seems like to me. And not just here, it's probably in every city across the nation. In every branch of government from the top to the bottom, I'm sure it's everywhere. But I don't live everywhere. I live here, so. I love this place and I love the people. And I want to see them have better. They deserve better. They're really good people. We have such good people here. Just down to earth hillbilly country people, Hey, there's Mail Center. How you doing tonight? Thanks for stopping in, saying hello. We appreciate it. Where are we en route to? Well, right now we're going down 9th Street. We're not going any place in particular. We're just driving around looking for those flashing lights. See if we catch any tonight. I see Roseanne said hi to Nakoti. I'm not sure that I spoke to Nakoti, so if I didn't, hello, by the way. Glad to see you. Sorry if I missed it go through the chat there. What did Logan say? Terry, I got to talk about you and the good folks from Ohio yesterday. Mom approved. Well, good deal. I'm glad. I'm always glad when a mother approved. I got to make sure that I keep my head and my wits about myself, so at the end of the day, my mom can be proud of me too. That's the one thing. I leave the house every day hoping that I make her proud. All right, get back out here again. Well, Cody, I hope what you're saying is correct. If you're talking about here, I hope they really do, because we're going to be going with some concerns. So I guess we'll find out if that's true or not. Yeah, and they're definitely not taking care of buildings, businesses, and tourism. That's a total lie. If they're putting that shit on the internet, they're liars. There is no buildings, businesses, and tourism here. They're not doing anything to increase that, I promise you. Matter of fact, it's getting less now than it used to be. So that is an all-out lie if they're putting it that way. Ron Robinson, hello. How you doing tonight, Ron? Good to see you out there. Not a whole lot up tonight. We're just out driving around like I always am, looking for those cherries and berries. See if we can see those lights flashing or not. We may run into some. We may not. Hell, we never know. We usually catch them when we least expect it. That's usually how it works, I guess. So. Georgia Peach, maybe Ironton Auditor will answer that question. Terry is more of keeping police in check. He doesn't harass folks like most A1 auditors. I'm not sure what the question was. Did I miss one? I apologize if I did. So if I missed the question, I'm not sure what question they were asking, unless it's about being an auditor. If that's what you're asking about, then pretty much an auditor is a self-proclaimed title. All the rest of them you've seen out there, I'm absolutely nothing like them. So if you come here looking for me to be like other auditors, then you've came to the wrong place. I'm nothing like them. I'm not going to say whether they're doing it right or wrong. I'm just going to say that my methods are a hell of a lot different. Because at the end of the day, my ultimate goal is to bring people together and unite them, just like the old American idea: united we stand, divided we've already fallen. And I want to pick us up out of the depths of where we fell to and stand together united again, so that we can rise above it as we the people. So that's my ultimate goal as an auditor. I try to make sure that, that the police and the city government, that they do their jobs the way they're supposed to. That's what an auditor is supposed to do. However, a lot of them don't really do any of that. They'll point out all the shortcomings and all the problems, or at least they'll act like they do, but they don't really offer a solution or try to fix anything. Me, on the other hand, I'm always looking for a way. Always trying to find out how to fix what's broken so that we can make it better. That's what I want to do. I don't want all kinds of clicks and views and money just because I pointed out some corruption. I don't give a shit about that. What I care about is bringing people together and stopping that kind of stuff. That's what I actually want to do, and I want to do it peacefully. I don't want to start a revolution and start throwing bullets and guns and cannons and stuff. I just, we don't necessarily have to do all that, We don't have to do that. We can peaceful non-compliance is one of the best ways to get along with government, and that just peacefully tell them, say, look, you think you have the power, but you don't. We the people have the power. We just gave you the power to sign the paper. We allowed your name to be the one that issues and authorizes for us, and now we decide not to do it again. So, Terry, pull over and read my comment above. All right, Lisa, give me a second here. Let me pull over here. I'm sorry I missed it, dear. Where you at, Lisa? I must have missed it a bit back here. Just read the city approved a $1 million spending bill separate from any grant monies. It's a first phase project to be finished by 2023 and will cover 50 blocks. Well, it's about time. Wonder what we were waiting on. I wonder where this $1 million comes from that they didn't already have it, I don't know. I just have a lot of questions. I don't know why it's as bad as it is. Why is it as bad as it is? Why is it taking all these years to do something about it? And where did all that money go that should have been appropriated for this? because I'm quite sure they're supposed to set aside a certain amount every year for that. That would be my guess. So it should be a constant upkeep, not let it burn down for 50 years and then suddenly come in with $1 million and fix a certain amount. You know what I mean? It should be a consistent upkeep. That's what they're not doing, and I'd like to know why. If there is a logical explanation for it, I would like to hear it, is all. You know, I just like to be told, so that way I can understand, because I have to admit, with my finite hillbilly brain, I don't understand. I don't understand why it's turning to shit, and why only this year they might do something about it. You know what I mean? I don't get it. I don't understand, and I think it's the main reason is because we the people haven't forced it. You know, we're not in there looking at the books. We're not in there making sure they're doing it. We're not in there demanding they're doing it, and that's why they're not doing it, is because we're not calling them out on it. We're not holding them accountable. You know, that's what we need to do. We need to go in there and make sure they do their job. And when they don't do their job, they absolutely, positively, 1,000% must be removed from office if they continue to not do their job. That's what must happen. So that's kind of the idea, and that's where I want to get to. It's a long way from where I'm at, you know, but that's how it should work. So, you know, we're just going to have to be more. We're going to have to be more vigilant in watching our government. You know, that's what we need to do. Did that say? I saw my tag there. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to read while I'm going down the road sometimes, especially when there's a lot of words written. Correct way. Well, thank you, Roseanne, for your support up there. I sure do appreciate it. You're right. It used to be by the people, for the people. Right. Of the people, by the people, for the people. Unfortunately, it's turned into a bunch of people that think they're above the people when they have all the power over the people, and they expect the people to bend the knee and cower and do what they're told. That's not how it's supposed to work. As a matter of fact, when the people speak, the government should bend its knee and kneel down and say, "Yes, master. Sorry. What do we need to do to make it better?" That's how it's supposed to work. And if I have anything to say about it, that's how it's going to work again. We're going to turn the servants back into the servants instead of, you know, they think they've become the masters. You know, they have a big misunderstanding of how shit actually works. And unfortunately, the reason they have it is because we've allowed it as the people. It's actually our fault. It's my fault and it's your fault. It's not their fault. They only act like misguided kids because we ain't busted their ass and set them on the straight and narrow yet. We ain't put them in the corner to think about what they're doing wrong yet. You know, and that's our fault. That's my fault and that's your fault. But now that we know, we're not going to be the ones to fault anymore, because we're going to fix it. Either that or we're going to die trying. That's what we're going to do. We're going to start to change things around here. Either that or we're going to make them hate us so bad that everybody's going to know about it anyway. So whatever happens is going to happen. You're right, Epiphanies, but you have to have people running that actually give a shit. Unfortunately, what I might have to do, and it's, you know, it's a long-term plan, but if I have to, I'll do it. I'll knock on every single door in this town, and I'll find us a mayor, and I'll find people to replace the city council, and then we'll have people up there running that actually give a damn. You know, those people are here. I just don't know who they are yet, but I guarantee you there are people here who could do a better job than it's already being done. I'm pretty sure of that. Matter of fact, I know it. We just have to get them out there. That's all. It's going to take a lot of work, but, you know, we have to get them out there. Lisa, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. You're misunderstanding there. You always do that. You know that somebody says something and you take it way to the extreme. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. But that's okay, you know. It's not that I'm one of those crazy auditors, but they are public servants and they need to be put back into servitude. Right now, they're in the mastership. The people are the masters, not the individual person. I, as a person, have no power over a government official, nor do I claim to have. So let me make that abundantly clear. I am not a leader, nor do I want to be a leader. What I want to do is lead people together so that we, the people, actually lead. That's how it's supposed to be. We, the people, are the masters. They are the people's servants. And they need to be reminded of that, is what I'm trying to say. So maybe it was a bad way, maybe it was a bad choice of words, Lisa, and I apologize for that. But I hope you understand what I'm trying to say, you know. Oh, I know you weren't trying to say I was one of them, Lisa. I understand. I want you to understand that I know me as a person, I have no power. It's not about me. It's about us, all of us, every one of us, from sea to shining fucking sea, every single person. We are the people. We are the ones with the power. And the only reason we don't have it is because we're too chicken shit to stand up and take it. We're all afraid they're going to do something to us. PayPal me is back. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, Della, go get that stuffing done. That's my favorite part of the dinner is that homemade stuff. God damn, guys, she makes some good stuffing. Oh, she makes good stuffing. I can eat tons of that stuff. I usually do. You're right, ZXL Master. That's what a lot of people don't understand. They don't realize the only part of the Constitution that actually applies to the person is the Bill of Rights. The rest of that entire Constitution is there to limit government. That's what it's there for. And as soon as the people grow up and become responsible and take back their personship, you know, take back their we the people ship and stand up united, that's what we need. You know, we need a big unite effort going across this country. Not only this country, but every country across the world, for sure. You know, because at the end, it's always the people that have the power. Why? Because we're all the people. I don't know, Lisa. That's a good question. We'll have to look into that and see how much they make. I have no idea, but I bet it's enough to live pretty fucking comfortably, just at a guess, because they don't seem to be missing no fucking meals, best I can see. And I sure as hell have never seen a single one of them down there trying to help the homeless at all. Now they may have been. I'm not saying they ain't. I'm just telling you what I've not seen. You know, what I have heard is they said at the council meetings a bitch about it, but they're not trying to help them. They're trying to find a way to get rid of them. That's what they're trying to do, and that's what I'm not going to let them do. We can't let them do that. That's not going to work. That's not right, and we the people shouldn't let them do that. You know, they don't have that power, and we shouldn't allow it. So, but anyway, you know, again, there's a lot of information I don't have, guys. So, you know that I'm speaking from partial ignorance. I only know certain things, and everything else for the moment has to be assumed from what little bit I know and can see. So I hope y'all understand. I'm willing to admit that I might be wrong on a few things, and that's okay. I don't mind to be wrong. I don't mind to be corrected. It doesn't bother me. And I sure as fuck hope I'm wrong about a few things around here. I hope so much that I'm wrong about a couple things around here, and that what I think is not actually true, you know, because it's heartbreaking to think if it is. You're right, Veronica. That's what we need to do is wake people up and let them know all they have to do is stand up, that they can have a voice, that they don't just have to have a voice in a dark corner somewhere over a beer bitching about it with their buddies. You know, now we can make us all heard. We have a platform. We got it right here. we got it right here, and I'm willing to use this one to do it. So, we need to do something. I feel like I have to do something. I can't just sit back and watch it slide off into the abyss any longer. I got to do something here. If I don't try something, I'm going to hate myself for the rest of my life. I have the ability to do, to try anyway. And that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to give it everything I got to try. So if I don't succeed, no, it's not because I didn't try. ZXL saying there, says, I am 16 years older than Terry and was in school before they spouted lies and indoctrinated the children. Yeah, well, I wasn't. I got a lot of that shit when I was in there. They lied to me a lot. Now that I'm older, I find, I'm finding all that out. I was lied to a lot. I was lied to in church. I was lied to in school. I was lied to on TV and radio, and about every book and magazine that I've damn near ever read. They lie about everything. They lie about absolutely everything. You're right, Daisy. It doesn't appear like there's a lot of money coming from that, does it? Not like I originally thought. I was told a lot of things, but I don't see it happening quite like that. I ain't around for everything, but I'm not seeing that. So if it was happening before I got here, I can't account for that. But I can say that while I've been in here, I haven't seen it much. Most of their stops are some petty little stops, and a license plate light out, plate obstruction, no turn signal, within 100 yards, all that stuff. Just silly little stops. But most of them are gone and done. Some of them even before I roll up, So they're definitely not fleecing the public for the money right now anyway. They ain't taking a bunch of cars and putting them at auction, So if that stuff was going on, it's backed off a bit. I don't know that I had anything to do with it, and I'm not claiming that I did. I'm just saying that I don't see it with my camera, is what I'm saying. Guys, I've learned one thing in my life. If you want things to change, you got to change. You have to be what you want to see. If you want to see nicer people in the world, then damn it, you need to learn how to be nicer, because I've learned that as long as I treat people nice, they generally treat me back nice. Even some people that other people are going, man, you better watch out for them. They're not nice. Well, they're nice to me. May not be my friend, and that's not what I'm saying, but as far as just cordiality is concerned, it's usually given back when it's given. Now, that's not 100% of the time, nor do I claim it is, but about 98% of the time. You're right, Jeebus. Closed mouths don't get fed. If you're the baby bird in the nest that don't open your mouth, you ain't getting shit, That's what I'm working on, is trying to be a voice for those that can't open their mouths, or when they do, no one's listening. We just need to be a little louder. And me, I'm a loud ass anyway. I got a lot to say, so I'm pretty sure they can't ignore me very long, because I'm a loud little bastard once I get started. Veronica said, why are we taught to close our mouths as we chew? Well, that's so the food don't fall back out on the table, Veronica. That's why. Closed mouths don't get fed, but mouths full of food will have it fall out if they don't keep it closed, I hope I ain't boring y'all too much tonight. I know I'm not as fun and jovial as I usually am. Not sure why. Just a lot on my mind tonight. I'm not sure what to do and how to go about it. And I'm trying to figure it out as I'm cruising around and talking to y'all, trying to think about, the order in which I need to do stuff. Because there is a lot of information that I have to seek, before I go throwing a fit. Because I have to know certain things first. I agree with that. I want to do it smartly, and I want to do it right. Always want to do it right. I don't ever want to be accused of doing the wrong thing if I can manage, I always like to be in the right. I mean, that's why we're out here anyway. So, I'd like to keep it as right as I can keep it anyway. 805 Rights Camera Action says, how about you protest? Because protests don't work. That's not the proper way to redress your government. There's never been a single protest that's ever stopped a damn thing. Just saying. And it's because protesting doesn't work. And that's not what the First Amendment says. It doesn't say you have the right to protest. It says you have a right to peacefully assemble. Then it says you have the right to redress government for grievances. Well, that's what we need to do. There are certain ways to redress government. Holding a sign in the sidewalk and screaming slogans is not doing that. That is not going to work right. So in order to fix those things, because obviously nothing's fixed yet, it's just getting worse, it's not getting any better, and there's people protesting everywhere, so obviously that's not working. We need to get on the inside of those doors, not be out on the sidewalk. We need to be crawling through the books and finding those errors, those misappropriations, whatever may be going on. We need to find out whether that's true or not. They may be doing the right thing, but we won't know unless we go look. So that's what we need to do. And if we find out that that's not it, then by Joe, we need to do something about that. So that's my way of thinking on it. We'll try it a little bit different than everybody else has ever done it. The problem is everybody's tried a bunch of stuff and none of it's worked yet. So there's no point in doing all the same stuff. It's time to do it a little bit different. Try something different, see if that works. Six Banger, how you doing tonight? Good to see you out there, by the way. Jeebus, I don't know if it raises awareness or not. I think going and knocking doors and talking to people one-on-one would raise more awareness. That's what I think. I think it would be better if we walk through this town and talk to people about it rather than holding signs on the sidewalk and letting them blow their horns as they go by. That's my personal opinion. I think it'd be better if we just had conversations with people. And that may mean a lot of boots on the ground. I might just have to start walking through the town and knocking on doors and talking to people and saying, hey, look, I don't know if you're aware of what's going on or not, but here it is, but I got to go get those facts before I can take them out to the public. Got to make sure that I have the truth first. I don't want to go with accusation, and I don't want to go with assumption. I want to go with nothing but absolute fact. So now passing out flyers might work, but they'd have to have a lot of information in them, and the story I want to tell is going to take too long for a flyer for sure. But if somebody else wants to do that for smaller things, that'd be great. I'd sure help. I don't mind. You guys know I'll show up. I did the last time y'all were here for sure. I was right here, and I'll be right here again. You're right, Epiphanies. That's my plan. I've got to look up a bunch of stuff and find out, exactly how it's supposed to be, and then I got to look to see if it is or not. And then once I know that, then I'll be able to explain it to you guys and to everyone else a little bit better. I'm sorry that I don't have all the answers, guys. I wish I did, but I don't. I'm just a hillbilly. I'm learning this stuff as I go. I didn't even know I'd need to learn all this stuff. I mean, to be honest, guys, I thought this was going to fall on its face months ago. I figured I'd been off YouTube a long time ago, because I didn't think it was going to go anywhere. I didn't think it was going to matter. Didn't think anybody would give a shit what I had to say, and now it seems that maybe I was incorrect, and it looks like I might be around for a while, and maybe even have a chance to do something really good. So I'm hoping very, very much that's that good things come out of this. So you're right, Kelly. Always show as approachable. That's the whole point of being cordial. That's why my approach is always different from all the other auditors. That's why I approach people differently. That's why I was glad that I couldn't talk to any of them last night, because I was so angry. It wouldn't have been good, and I would have defeated my own purpose because of my anger. Come Monday, I'm still going to be angry, but I'll have much more control of my temper like I do tonight. I'm still madder than hell about it, but managed to throw the temper tantrum last night. So, you know, now it's just about turning that anger into determination and perseverance, you know, just taking that anger and turning it into something else and using it for good. So that's the plan. Logan says, Terry, you broke Tina Slay. Like it or not, you were doing good work. Actually, I didn't break Tina Slay. She broke herself, man. She was already out there. It's just I was the first channel that she came to put it out there on. I just got lucky for that because she came here, and I'm so glad she did. I loved meeting her. She's an awesome lady. And if y'all don't know her out there, she is an awesome lady. She's a very, very strong lady, been through a lot in her life, had a lot of bad things happen to her. And then she had to go through Chile too. So, you know, it's definitely been rough for her. But she is absolutely an amazing woman for being able to come back from it. I don't know, Blanche. There are a few programs. And I don't know about the transient. I don't know anything at all about those. I know we have one homeless shelter. That's it. That's as far as I know, that's it. There's only like 10 beds in it, I think. You know, 10 or 15. You know, not many. And you know, there's not enough. I mean, if we have 200 homeless people here and we only have 10 beds, then we definitely are not doing anything about it. You know what I mean? We're not even taking in 10%. So, you know, that's the problems, you know. You're right, Rebecca Joe. I can't walk in there with a hothead. You're 100% correct. You know, I'm very well aware of that. That's not how you're going to get things done by screaming and cussing. I'm going to be very loud, but it's going to be in a different way. You know, I'll be calm spoken, but make sure that you'll know that my voice is heard. I promise you. And I don't know if they'll let me film in there or not. I guess we'll find out when I finally go. You know, the worst they can do is tell me to turn it off, I suppose. But if I'm able to, I absolutely will. I don't see why they wouldn't let me. It ain't like it's a fucking court. It's a city council meeting. So shit should be on video anyway. For the entire city to see. It should always be visible for the city. I mean, I'm pretty sure Chili filmed while I was in there and they didn't say nothing to him about it. So if he can do it, surely I can get by with it. So far, the only place they've never let me video is once I walk into the police station and get behind the lobby, behind the closed doors. They won't let me video in there. And they won't let me video inside the courtrooms at the courthouse. But outside of that, they've never stopped me from videoing anywhere yet. So, Lisa, we're talking about countywide, not necessarily right here in Ironton, but I am told that there's upwards of 100. Now, I don't know that that's true, but it is what I'm being told. And, you know, I'm trying to locate them. I'm trying to get, a better number on it. It's pretty rough because it's not like they just pop out of the woodwork and raise their hand when you're looking for them, you know. So I'm trying very hard to figure out where they're at, how many they are, you know, so that we'll have an idea of what we're looking at. You know what I mean? The services that we may be able to provide right now are very limited, obviously. I'm hoping that as time goes that we can get more in there. You know, I know there's more people that'll help. I know that, but we have to know who we can help first. And then at some point we're going to have some way of, I don't know any other way. Since I'm a medic, I'll use the word triage, you know, that somebody's got to be tasked with the ability to decide what kind of help this person might need. As I've said before, some of them are going to need some mental help. Some of them are going to need some help with addiction, some with both. Some of them just need a leg up just to help boost them back up over the fence and they'll be fine, you know. So, but we have to figure out which ones we can help and which ones we're going to have to send for different help, if that makes sense, you know, because I'm not a shrink, you know, I'm not able to do any of that. I don't claim to, you know, but we definitely have to try to be ready. So, you know, I really want to try to get some programs together. I don't even know how we're going to do it and keep it privately funded. I don't know how all this is going to work. I don't even know if it will, guys. You know, like I said, I wish I had all the answers. I don't. Mostly what I have are questions, you know, and it's taking a little bit to get the information. It's not as free flowing as I wished, but I am working on it for sure. I'm trying, you know. I got to figure out who they are, where they're at, how many there are, and then start working on the individuals, to try to help them as much as I can right now in the moment, and then try to make sure that I don't lose track of them like the rest of the system does. Try to keep up and make sure that you're right. 65 CJ5 says, and which ones don't want help? You're absolutely right. You know, uh, all of those things have to be, have to be decided. And, we'll help the ones we can. The ones that don't want help, they'll be on their own. There's nothing I can do about that, obviously, but the ones that do want and need help, I absolutely want to make sure that we try to make it available as much as we can. There's no way we're going to fix everything. I don't think anybody even thinks it's going to work that way. If you do, you have unreasonable expectations, but that doesn't mean that we can't, if we could only help 30% of them, that's better than nothing. That's better than nothing. It's a start. So anyway, just my heart goes out, man. These last few days I've spent a lot of time thinking about it, thinking about them and their situation. And it breaks my heart. It really does. It's heart wrenching to know that there are people laying out here on the sidewalk. I mean, it really bothers me. I don't know if it bothers everybody else the same. Some people act bothered by it, but they don't want to do anything. They just want them to go away so they don't have to see it. That way they can ignore it easier, but I can't ignore it anymore. I just can't ignore it anymore. I'm not able to ignore it, and I'm not offended, and I'm not embarrassed. I don't have that problem. I'm not like other people. I don't look away and try to pretend like they're not there. And some people do it not because they're cold-hearted. I understand some people ignore it because they don't know how to help, or they're not able to, or they don't think they're able to. And the truth is we as individuals really can't do much. We might be able to show up 2 or 3 times a week and give them something to eat. Might be able to show up another day or two and give them something, give them some hot hands, or make sure they have a pair of gloves. Those kinds of things get done all the time, but unfortunately that's not the kind of help I'm talking about. That's just help for the right now. That's the easy stuff to provide. It's all that other stuff that we need. First of all, we need some jobs in this town they could work. That would help. There's just nowhere around to you know nowhere around for them to work. It's not like they got cars. Hell, if they're homeless, they sure ain't driving back and forth to work. It's going to have to be within walking distance, and there's nothing here. Some fast food restaurants, and it's not like they're making anybody rich there. I don't know about y'all, but if you work at a fast food restaurant and that's the only income you got, you ain't paying much for rent. You guys seen how much that stuff is these days? So somehow, just need to try to get them some help. Some of them, all they need is a conversation. Yeah, there you go, Veronica said, hell, just talking with them on an individual level. Right. you know sometimes some people feel better if they just get to tell their story, just get a vent like I did last night, scream and holler. Sometimes you just need to throw a fit and then you feel better. Sometimes you just need to tell somebody about it and get it off your chest, and that way you can go on with your life and feel better about it. Sometimes that's all somebody needs. you know if you know somebody like that, be that person. Sit down and listen to them. You don't have to actually give a shit if you don't, but at least listen. Listen to what they say. Ask questions. Let them know that you understand what they're saying. And you'd be amazed at how much they'll perk up. I always am. Y'all can ask Della. I'm the kind of guy that can go to the store and be gone for 6 hours just talking to people. I love to talk to people. And I'm one of those kind of guys that people walk up to and tell their life story in 15 minutes. I hear it all. I see all the pictures of the grandkids and hear about the entire family. I guess I'm just an easy person to talk to like that, probably because I actually listen. I really care about people. I care about what's on their heart. I care about what's in their mind. I really like to hear it. I like to talk with them. I enjoy the fellowship and the communication. What did that say there, Sundown? Right, you're exactly right. That's what I was saying. The answer is not the same for everybody. There's different help that's needed. And some we're not going to be able to help no matter what. I mean, I'm aware of that. But that doesn't mean that we should forget about the ones that we can help. we got to do something, guys. We got to do something. Got to try something. Or I do anyway. I have to try to do something because I can't just leave them that way. I can only leave them that way if they won't take the help. That's the only way I can leave them that way. If they don't want it, then I understand and I can go on with my life and I don't have to care about theirs anymore, because that was their choice. But, for the ones that don't have a choice, if we could give them a choice, that would be awesome. That's my goal, is to help as many as we possibly can. I have no false hopes that it's going to be everybody. I don't believe that. Going to be some that we're unable to help. But I'm hoping that a few of those out there that need some of that mental help and addiction help, I'm hoping that we can get that for them and still provide some aftercare. See, here's where the problem comes in. They take them into one of the drug rehabs around here. They force them to be clean for 90 days, and then they kick their ass out. You know what I mean? And they don't really provide any aftercare or after help. And that's where people generally screw up right there. That's when all the relapses happen, and they end up going right back to the beginning of the system. We, the taxpayers, just keep paying for it over and over and over again, and there's no real help provided. So we're not going to fix everything, but I sure want to try to fix a few things, try a few things different anyway. Surely to God, we can do better than the government's done, because they don't seem to be doing anything right. From the federal level all the way down, they're screwing it all up. They're running it into the ground and selling us off to other countries. It's happening locally as well as federally, so. And it's going to until we take our responsibility back. We have to be responsible citizens. That's our fault, so we need to do that. You're right, Nicody. The whole medical system's screwed too. Every system out there is a system against the people. It's all designed against us, no matter what you think. The few success stories you get out of it ain't near enough. It's just not enough. Just not enough at all. But it's never going to get any better until we make it better, because they're not going to do it themselves. Hell, look at it. It's getting worse. It ain't getting no better, So the only way I know is when we all stand up together and start screaming and hollering about it. That's the only way they're going to hear us, because otherwise they don't give a shit. They're going to get up and go to work every day and go home with their pockets padded anyway. They ain't going to give a damn if they help us or not, So that's up to us. We need to be responsible people. We need to be responsible citizens if we're going to claim that. And we need to take responsibility for it as personal responsibility, and know that the reason the entire country is fucked up is because it's our fault. We fucked up. Me and you. Me and every one of you have fucked up because we didn't do our part to keep it right. Our parents didn't, our grandparents didn't, and now we're not. And, the only way to stop that is to finally just grow up, mature, accept responsibility, and put a stop to it. Put the proverbial boot in a few politicians' ass. That's what we need to do. And it's the only thing we haven't done, and I promise you it will work. But only if the people stand together. We have to stand united. We have to learn to quit bickering and arguing with each other over dumb stuff, over about who's gay and who's straight, who's trans and who ain't. None of that shit fucking matters. It doesn't goddamn matter a bit. It makes no fucking difference. It doesn't matter, guys. It doesn't matter. None of that shit matters. The only thing that matters is us being mature and responsible enough to become good people and taking our responsibility as the people back. If we want a government of the people, by the people, for the people, then we have to be those responsible people. We are the ones that have to keep them in check. We are the ones that have to go check up on them to make sure they are doing it right. And unfortunately, there aren't enough people doing that. There's almost no one doing that. So that's why it's as bad as it is right there. That is exactly it. So once you learn that it's our fault, you cry about that, you get over it, you go on and you grow up, and now we know how to take it back. So there you go. What does that say? I am the Papal? Well, hello, I am the Papal. How you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. If you're asking me if I'm crying, no, I ain't crying. What we out looking for? Daisies. We're hoping to see some spring up in the middle of the sidewalk in the middle of the night in the winter. That's what we're looking for. We're hoping anyway. I don't know if we'll see any pop up tonight, but I'm always looking. I like those winter daisies. Baby doll says I need to run for mayor. Baby doll, I don't even live in here. I'm pretty sure you have to live in here to be mayor, if I'm not mistaken. I don't live here, so I don't think that's even legal. But I gotta admit, either way, I don't really want to be mayor. I made that statement last night. I guess I'll have to run for mayor, but that was kind of tongue in cheek. I don't want to be the mayor. Hell, I'm not a good leader. I don't claim to be. I don't want to be in charge, guys. That's not me. I shouldn't have that power either. What we need is some responsible people. I just want to be the voice of the ones that don't have it. You're right, Nicody. We have a lot of empty storefronts. The problem is they don't want to make it affordable for anyone to start a business. That's the problem. We have an old grocery store up the way there that I had a friend who called to find out how much they'd charge him to rent it. He was going to try to start like a used appliance place, an appliance repair place there. They told him $16,000 a month. $16,000 a month is what they quoted him, which means they don't fucking want no business in there. That's why they do that. That happens all over this damn city. That's why we have all these empty buildings going to crap, because they're not trying to bring business in here. They don't want it, evidently. They're not trying. It'd be really easy to do. They're just not doing it. Vert to Vert, how you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. Thank you for coming by and saying hello always. Exo Master, what did you say? So many people that do not vote and do not want to vote. Granted, the candidates are not the best, but they are all we have until changes. Well, here's the problem, Zach. So on the local level, your vote might actually matter. Once you get up to the federal level, your vote don't count for shit, no matter what they tell you. And the only problem with voting is if you actually turn up and say some shit like I had to vote for the lesser of two evils, well, then you shouldn't have voted. You got to learn how to vote for none of the above. No one's tried that shit yet. No one's tried that. No one's tried to look at the two assholes they have running for any position and say, you know what? We're not taking either one of them motherfuckers. Neither one of them are fit to lead. We're not doing that. Why haven't we? Why have we not done that? That would be the better way to do it, but we haven't done it. So, we need to get that done. Just saying. You're right, Sundown. The government makes everything worse, And it was actually the church's job to take care of the orphans and the widows, but they turned it over to the state, and that's why it's all screwed up. Churches ain't doing their jobs either. They just want to show up on Sunday and pretend like they're doing their jobs, but they're not. They're not doing anything besides showing up and having a social. They're not real. They're all fake. Hello, Veronica. Good to see you out there, dear. But Lisa, it doesn't really matter whether I choose or not, somebody else is going to. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why we need to unite. That's why that needs to happen. You know, the voting system is broke because the candidates are dumb. And the only way that's going to change is when we get out and do the actual work ourselves and find our own candidates and put them up there. That's what we need to do. We need to stop letting millionaires win damn candidacies. We need to stop letting people in this town get put in just because there were 4 seats open and they came in third, not because they actually deserve to hold the fucking seat. You know what I mean? That's the bullshit that's going on. You know, we're going to have to get out there and find the people that'll fill the jobs. I know they're here. You know, they may not know they can do it, but I know they can. And we're going to have to get out and locate those people and bring them here, you know, and install them in those positions. That's what's going to have to happen. So, you know, at some point, we're all going to have to learn how to vote, none of the above. Buddy, can you ride my ass anymore, do you reckon? Better back off there, or I'll just slow the fuck down is what I'll do, dumbass. Moron. Guys, if you're ever pissed off at me and I'm in front of you and you're riding my ass and I can't even see your headlights and I'm slowing down even more, that's all your fucking fault. If you back off, I'll speed back up to the speed limit. When you're right up on my bumper, I will slow down. And the reason is because if I have to hit my brakes, you can't stop. So that's why I slow down, to give you better option to stop. But since you can't drive safe by yourself, I'll drive safe for both of us. So be aware of that when you're on someone's ass and they keep slowing down. That's probably why, because I do it all the time. I don't speed up, I slow down. And I don't care to crawl 10 miles an hour through here. It don't bother me a bit. I ain't in no hurry. What we need in this country is a peaceful revolution, you know, for people to stand up and stop. No, Lisa, it's not an unrealistic expectation. The only reason it's unrealistic is because too many people say, well, that's just unrealistic. It's actually not unrealistic at all. We just need to communicate with people on a bigger level. You know, we need people to understand why we say that, why it's better not to vote for either one of the assholes, you know, until they give us a candidate worth having. That's what they need to understand. That's what the people need to understand, you know. It's not unrealistic. It's just people are too lazy to actually put in the work. They just want to go to the polls and vote so they can feel like they've done their duty, you know. There's the problem, you know. We're going to have to take our, you know, we're going to have to be responsible. That's what it is. We're going to have to be responsible, you know. There are some good candidates out there. Unfortunately, most of them never make it to the end where you can actually vote for them. They get thrown out because they either don't have the money or, you know, for many other reasons. You know, these people that are in power sure find every way to keep you off the ballot, and that's a fact. I've watched them do it. Watched them do it to quite a few good candidates. You know, find every reason they can on a technicality to get them thrown off the ballot so that no one can vote for them. You know, so that way they win by default because there's no one running against them. That happens a lot in this town for sure. 90% of these people run unopposed 90% of the time. And when they don't, they run against people that there's no way in hell people are going to elect. So like I say, they end up winning by default, you know. And that's not right either. You know, it's what happens, but it's not right. It's not sundown that we should not vote. That's not it. You can turn out and vote, but you got to write in none of the above. You know, at some point, people are going to have to understand that, you know, that the government's going to have to understand that we're not going to take it, you know. And it's going to, like I say, it's going to take us standing up as the citizens. But here's the thing. We have to start in a small area. We're not going to unite everybody all across the country all at the same time. That shit ain't never going to work. And anybody that thinks it will is a moron. That's not how it's going to work. But we can do it on a small scale in a small city like this. It can be done. It absolutely positively can be done. Once it's done on a small scale, it can be enlarged. You know, it's got to start small, and we got to start local. So there you go. Didn't say every person in the country would refuse to vote, Lisa. That's not what I'm saying. If we get enough people together, then it won't matter, is my point, you know. But it takes that uniting. That's where we got to start. Starting at the polls ain't going to work. We already did that. That's not working. So we got to try something different. It's not like this next election, everybody's just not going to turn out and vote. And that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about writing in on the ballot none of these sons of bitches. You know, that's what I'm talking about. Getting our voice out there as the people before those elections. Before they see, here's the problem: you got two political parties that pick your candidates. If you think that's fair, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You don't know nothing yet. You're ignorant of everything. That's not fair, and it's not fucking right. There should be a hell of a lot more people than two people to vote on for president. There should be a hell of a lot more. We ought to have at least one honest person in the mix. We haven't had an honest one in a long, long time. Probably since long before I was born. Because I know since I've been around, we ain't had an honest one yet, you know. You're right, Sundown, but the one thing that you're missing is that the Ohio State Constitution and the United States Constitution give the people the right to take people out of power. We really don't have to do much, believe it or not. It really doesn't take a lot. The problem is people aren't educated on it. They don't know how to do it. You know, I know a little bit, but I'm not an expert. You know, but I can't do it alone. My voice alone doesn't matter. We can fix this. We can, you know, but we've got to get together, because it's not going to matter if we can't get together. It's not going to matter at all. We're still going to have the same shit we got. I mean, if y'all are satisfied with that, then fuck it. Turn this thing off and you don't have to worry about what I got to say. You know, if you're not satisfied though, you know, be ready to stand when it comes to you. Be ready to stand up. Is all I'm saying, because it's coming. The day is coming that we're all going to have to stand up, because if not, they're going to put us down. ZXL Master, I absolutely do not vote. I've never even registered to vote in my whole life, ever. Never. I've never registered to vote and never actually cast a ballot in my whole life. So now you know. I have no reason to lie about it. If you want to ask me why, go ahead. I'll tell you anyway. Everybody always says, I don't understand why you don't vote. People died to give you the right to vote. No, that's not actually true. That's the biggest lie anybody told anybody else. The reason people died was to give me the right to choose. That's why they died. They didn't die to give me the right to vote. They gave me the right. Died to give me the right to choose whether or not I give a shit enough about voting to vote. That's what they died for. So I make sure that the ones who don't want to vote always have a voice, you know. I don't vote because I know it's completely useless, and there's none of them sons of bitches I'd put any ink to paper for. So that's why I don't vote. No point in even registering, because there's no one I'd vote for. I don't like none of them. I don't like politicians, ever, period. If you identify as a Republican or a Democrat, I already just about don't like you. You know, if you're in a political position and you claim allegiance to a particular wing of the parties, then I don't like you. I won't vote for you for any reason, no matter how sensible you sound, because you're not sensible. You know, you can't align to a particular party and then say, well, you know, I'm different. No, you're not. You're exactly what they are, and that's why nothing's changed. We've been voting for 200 years in this country, and has it ever fixed anything yet? No. It's getting worse every election. It's getting worse and worse every year that goes by, which proves that the voting is not fucking working, guys. It's not working. It's not working because they get to pick all the candidates. We don't actually get to vote. We only get to decide on which person, this person or that person, or at least that's what they tell us, and we can't even be sure that we've decided that. That's just what they tell us at the end of the day. And the reason we don't know is because me and you have never actually counted a vote in our entire lives. We wouldn't know if those people are telling us the truth or not. We don't know, and that's the problem, because we've not been responsible citizens. We don't know. We think we know, but we don't. We have no proof. We just take someone's word for it and assume they must be right. So at some point, you know, we're going to have to wake up. We're going to have to wake up and realize how much we're lied to and try to put a stop to it. Oh, lucky me, Roseanne. We got Aaron back, huh? Well, hopefully he'll behave himself tonight. Hopefully he's in a good mood and ready to have good conversation and not trying to be an asshole. I hope so. I'm always hopeful for Aaron because he seems like somebody who could learn if he wanted to. I believe in him. I just hope he believes in himself enough. ZXL Master, I disagree. I have every right to bitch because you people were the one that put them sons of bitches in office. I absolutely have the right to bitch because I decided neither one of them should have it. You all decided one of them should. So yes, I have the reason to bitch. You all don't. You had your choice. I made my choice. No one else cared. See, that's the difference. I have just as much right to choose neither one as you do to choose one or the other. Don't forget that. Don't make it like I don't have a right to bitch because y'all chose which boot to put on my neck. I didn't ask for none of them, nor do I want it. Didn't ask for none of that. So that's the rest of y'all's fault, and I have every right to bitch about that. So I can and I will. Now you know. That's how I feel about it, ZXL. And okay, ZXL, I hope you don't think I was bitching at you. I wasn't. I was just making a statement. You know I ain't got nothing against you, sir. That's not how I meant it. If I ever sound like I'm snapping at y'all, I don't mean to. It's not like that. I just want you to understand where I'm coming from. I don't ask that you don't have to agree with me. You know, here we can agree to disagree. I like it like that. We're okay there. I don't expect everybody out there to agree with my views at all. I don't expect that. I do expect y'all to see that it's fucked up and that it needs to change. That's what I expect you to see. If you can't see that, there's something wrong with you, you know, and then you're of no use to anybody. But as long as you can recognize that there's bad shit going on and it keeps getting worse and that like it ain't going to change unless we do something about it, you know, that's where we have to get to, you know. That's where we have to get to. Rebecca Joe, I don't want to vote for any of those people. So why would I register to vote for people I don't fucking want there? It doesn't make any sense. Besides, if I register to vote, I end up on jury duty. Y'all know I ain't never had jury duty. You know why? Because I've never signed up to vote. And they tell you they don't use that anymore, but that's a lie. That's a lie. I'm almost 50. Never been called for jury duty yet. Just saying. Just saying. Surely I ain't that lucky. Everybody else I know's had to serve on it at least once. No, Aaron, Terry was not on the Chili bandwagon. Terry was going to help Chili help people here was what Terry was going to do. And as soon as I found out he wasn't doing that, I quit Chili. So no, I was never on the Chili bandwagon. I never supported everything that come out of Chili's mouth, not even while he was here. That's not true. I was only here to help him help people that were here. That was what I was here for. Once I found out he wasn't doing that, I dropped him like a rag. Who timed somebody out? I see somebody bitching about being timed out. Who got timed out and who did it? What happened? What did I miss? You're wrong, Aaron. I only ever had one meal with Chili, and I actually didn't eat. I was there while he ate. I drank coffee. I didn't eat anything. So actually, you're very wrong. Aaron, you know what you need to do? You need to study for the test because apparently you don't know a fucking thing, man. You come in here and say a lot of shit, and 99% of it ain't even true. You have no fact You must have a big hollow head with a lot of air in it, because there's a lot of rattling going on or something. You got ideas bouncing around, but you have no reason to think the shit you're thinking. Like, that's the reason no one quite understands you, because you're always coming in saying shit about something you don't know about. You don't even know what you just said. You have no truth at all to what you're saying. You're just making shit up. I don't even understand why you do it. I'm quite sure you don't know why you do it. Hey, Ginger LeBray, I see you out there. Sorry I missed you. I'm doing great, sweetheart. How you doing tonight? Sorry, guys, y'all were flying by while I was driving, so I missed a little bit here. I apologize. Hey, there's Banjo. Said, heck, I should run for mayor of Ironton, right? Absolutely. Anybody will work. Can't do any worse than the one that's in there, from what I understand. No, Aaron, Terry was not the chauffeur. You're being a moron. Too bad Aaron don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Too bad Aaron can't wake up. Shows you how much smarter I am than Aaron. Just saying, Aaron. You know, you could be a hell of a guy. I believe in you, sir. I believe you're not as dumb as you act. I think you just come in here to act silly. That's what I think. That's what I think. I think you just come in here to be silly. Guys, I'm going to run in here and use the restroom. I will be right back. I'm going to plug this phone back in. Let y'all charge while I'm in there so the battery don't go dead. And I will be right back. Aaron, I'm 48 years old. That's how old I am. How old are you? I'll be looking for that when I come back. What's his last name? So he says, I don't know, that's what comes up from there. His name might not even be Aaron at all. That's what I mean. I can't, you never know. Yeah. You're still alive, ain't you? Yeah. Yeah, I'm still alive. I got to get back to him. Yeah. Well, guys, I got this one locked up, so I'm going to have to run up the street here. Oh, there you go. Aaron says he's 34, be 35 in a couple of weeks. Well, there's the problem. Another 10 or 15 years will add a lot of maturity and wisdom to that. And I only say that because I remember about 13 years ago when I was 35 is when I started to realize I didn't know a lot that I thought I knew. It's when I started to realize that a lot of the information in my head was wrong. And, I started to look back on my younger years and realize that I should have listened more. I should have listened a lot more to those older men in my life. I should have listened to them. And now I hate myself because I didn't, because they tried to teach me something and I was too proud and stupid to listen, So you'll go through that too, Aaron. I think we all do, if you haven't already. And I still think you just try to stir the shit pot because you find it fun. That's what I think. I don't think you're as dumb as you let on sometimes. I think it's just fun for you. I got to go up here to the other one, use the restroom, guys. I got that one locked up. She just cleaned it, and I didn't want to go in there. They usually lock it at 10 and keep it locked anyway. Occasionally they'll let me in to use it, but I ain't gonna bother them tonight. I'll go up here to the other one. It's open. AZ Jeep Girl, is she in here? Did I miss her out there? Hello, AZ Jeep Girl, if you're in here. Good to see you. Glad you stopped by. Always good to see you. She must have popped in while I was out of the car. All right, I'm the people. You have a good night, too. I'm sorry you're leaving mad. As they say, don't go away mad. If you feel you gotta go, I understand. I don't know, Lisa. I'm not sure what happened with whoever that was. Apparently, they got timed out for something. I don't know what it was, who it was, or why, but, hey, shit happens. Geez, if, taking 5 minutes and you can't run your fingers for 5 minutes is going to destroy your whole night, well, and your night was shit before you come into this chat, the way I see it. So, if that's the biggest problem you got all night, there really ain't nothing going on in the world, for crying out loud. But, I guess I can understand why people get upset about it. I don't understand why they get so upset about it. It's a damn chat room. It's, not like they're going to be able to say the most important shit in here tonight. Liquor Bush, how you doing tonight? Good to see you out there. I love that fucking name, man. I love some of these names. Y'all kill me with that shit, by the way. All right, guys, I'm here now. I'm going to run in here and use the restroom since I couldn't do it at the other one. I'm going to take care of it right now. I will be right back, guys. I'm going to set y'all down here on the floor just to keep the camera out of the way because I can't be watching it from there. So give me just a minute and I'll be right back, guys. Just happened there. Okay, well, I still got you. Just making sure. I'll be right back, guys. Oh. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Good old boy says, kind of like me, Terry. I'm always starting shit. Well, you know, somebody's got to start it, I suppose. There's always going to be shit stirrers and shit starters. Some of them don't start it. They just like to stir it, you know. Some of them like to take the shit they already got and just make it stink worse. Some of them are really good at starting it, but, you know, we need people to start shit, I reckon. Cody says there are services available at the county level. Well, yeah, but how do we get them to the county level? Because apparently the county ain't out here doing anything about it. If they're just sitting in an office somewhere in the fucking border of the county waiting on people to come in, that's the problem. You know, that means that no one knows about it. You know, no one knows how to get the help that they need. So, you know, therein lies another big problem that we have. You know, we need to be able to bring the services to them, not set some fucking where and expect them just to know and you know, show up for it. A lot of people don't know anything about any kind of help, you know. They live in this world. They think there is no help. Sundown, that's funny, by the way. I seen that go by. Might have seemed like it was that way, huh? There was a full moon. Apparently, Sovereign was having a big old time last night. I don't know what all was happening. I caught the last little bit of it, probably about the last 25, 30 minutes or so is what I actually caught out of that, so I didn't get to see it all. But from what I understand, the fireworks were certainly blazing at one point. I know when I got in there, him and Nick were all over each other. Nick Vogt. They love to argue back and forth. I think that's what apparently they have fun doing that, you know. Must have been some fireworks over there, and I definitely blew some shit up here for sure. You're right, Nicody, almost. You know, you say it's their responsibility, but how can you be responsible for knowing something you don't know? How are you going to find out something that you don't know? You know, if no one tells you and no one will help you get there, I mean, if I don't know where these offices are, you know, but if they're not here where they can get to them, then they have no way of getting there. It's not like they can walk that far and they ain't got no cars. Hell, they ain't even got a tent, you know. So it might come down to where the services are already there. We just got to find out how to get people to them. That's a serious possibility. Like I said, I don't have all the answers, but I know government ain't making it no better. That's what I know. They're not trying to locate these people. They're sitting somewhere in an office hoping like hell somebody locates them, which don't make any sense. If you have services to offer, you should be out looking for people to give them to, is what I think. Yeah, Saab and Nick got pretty hot on each other. I seen a little bit of that, at least. So Ryan was on and no fireworks. Well, that's pretty good. I'm glad. I know not everybody agrees with what they have to say, but I'm glad there weren't any fireworks on that end. But I did see him and Nick at each other a little bit, for sure. You're right, Nicody. Any church should be able to help, but who the hell goes to church for help? Nobody. You know why? Because the churches don't really help. Most of the people at church shun them when they come in. I don't know if you've ever actually been out in the world and seen how people treat them, but they don't just open up the doors and welcome them in and tell them about all the services that are available. That's not what's happening. That's not what's going on. They don't know where to go for the help, or they'd already went. Just saying. I know this because they'll take anything that we'll give them. You know, that means that they don't know where to get it. So I know that it seems that way, and that's the way it's supposed to be, but that's not the way it is. The librarians don't see them come in and rush out to tell them about all the programs that can help them. You know, if they don't know to ask, and if they don't know they exist, they damn sure don't know to ask. You know, and the churches absolutely don't give a shit. Don't care what anybody says. The people in the churches don't really give a shit, and the few that do ain't enough. You know, most people, the majority of the people that sit in a church service are doing exactly that. They sit in the service so that they feel important and shit, and they have that little social there, you know, where they all go and sit and tell each other how great they are, and that's pretty much it until the next service. You know, that's kind of what the Christian world has become, which is why I kind of dropped out of it. Don't really have anything to do with the churches per se. You know, I'm part of the church, not a church. There is no a church. There's only the church, and we the people make that up too. That is, you know, as a matter of fact, Scripture says that the Lord inhabits the praises of His people. You know, where two or more are gathered and all that. You know, it ain't got nothing to do with the building or a particular congregation, although most people think it does, and that's where their error in thinking lies. It's just a bad perspective. Unfortunately, they think they're better. You know, they think they're saved and shit, and, you know, somehow that makes them a notch up on the ladder. Like I said, guys, I don't have all the answers. I wish I did. I'm still in search of most of them. I'm just now uncovering part of the problem. You know, finding the answers is going to be the tough part. I don't claim to have them, but I think together enough of us will have them. You know, if we get enough people together, hell, we'll know everything. Just got to get everybody together. You know, some of us are better at certain things than others. You know, like me, I'm not a farmer, but if the tractor breaks, I'm exactly the guy to fix that so the farmer can get back to farming. You know, I'm not a farmer, but I sure keep the equipment running good. I'll do the manual labor part. You know, that maybe I can keep up with, but I'm not a farmer per se. You know, I don't really know much about that, but I can fix stuff. You know. Yeah, Nicody, Job and Family Services, that doesn't put a roof over their head, unfortunately. And there's not, you know, we have a shelter down here with like 10 beds, and if there's 200 homeless people, that's not even 10%. So you see, there really aren't all these programs that people think there are. I know you think they're out there, but they're not. They just aren't. But that's all right. We'll get it figured out, and if they are out there, we'll figure out how to link them to it, you know. We'll get it figured out. I got a lot of information to pour through about that and a great many other things at this point, you know. It's only been within the last couple of weeks I started to see how much I really need to get on. I got to get the ball rolling and get cracking. I got a lot to learn in a very short time if I'm going to be able to help anybody. I've got so much to learn. And here I thought at 50 I knew enough. See how the ignorance gets you? You know, you're just dumb enough to think you know enough. Or at least I was. You know, now I'm finding out all over again there's too much I don't know. But that's all right. I like to learn. I don't mind learning. Just some things I didn't want to have to stop and learn, but that's all right. I'll do it anyway. Somebody's got to. I feel like it's a worthy cause. I think these people need the help. Not just these people, the entire citizenry, everybody. Everybody needs a little help from time to time. You ain't got to be homeless to need help, that's for sure. Sometimes a little help might prevent you from being homeless. You never know. I know where the welfare department is in Nicody. I appreciate it. I know exactly where they're located. There's a lot of things I know, believe it or not. There's a lot of things I don't know, but there are a lot of things I do know. Job and Family Services don't put them up for the night either, unfortunately. If they did, then all these people would have a roof over their head. Because not all of them are hungry, believe it or not. A lot of them already get food stamps and stuff. They just ain't got nowhere to fucking live. That's the problem, and they have no way to get a place to live. Food stamps won't buy it. And a welfare check, even if they get money, ain't going to buy it. There's not enough there. They can't pay rent with a welfare check. So, there's only so much affordable housing, as if those two words should even go together. There really is no such thing as affordable housing, for crying out loud. If it was that affordable, none of the rest of us had to pay so much for it. Now there is HUD, but of course that's limited too. And there's always like a year or so waiting list on all that crap that they don't tell you about until you go to apply for it, So there's all that stuff, I know a little bit about it. But I'll learn more. You're right, Bert DeFerk. I'm having the same problem. The older I get, the less I worry about me, and the more I worry about others. It's definitely happening that way. You're right, Nicody. They can apply for it, sweetheart, but that don't mean they're going to get it. I don't think you understand. They ain't just passing out at the door. That's not how it works. If it was, I'm trying to explain to you that a lot of these people are already getting food stamps. They're already getting a certain amount of help, but they're not being taken off the street. They're not getting the housing that's supposedly available because it's not available, is what I'm trying to explain to you. It looks good on paper and on a computer screen, but it doesn't work that way in reality, dear heart. It doesn't. So I know they're telling you it does, but it just doesn't. If it did, then all these people wouldn't be out here, But that's the actual fact of the matter. So I hope you understand where I'm coming from. I know they say a lot of things, but they, being in quotation marks, they, quote unquote, they say a lot of things. They usually don't know what the hell they're talking about, and they lie a lot. Just know that. They have to lie a lot to make it sound good. That way, when people read it, they walk away thinking they know more, and they don't go back and actually look and find out if it works the way they're told that it does, the way they say that it works. So, yeah, I know they promise all this stuff. Unfortunately, very few people are getting it. Just saying. That's the fact of the matter. That I can prove easily. Orange Cone says there's time for a members meeting tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow is Sunday. We'll be doing one of those. Speaking of which, while I got a member or two in the chat out there, what is the best time tomorrow for y'all to do that? Because I know some people go to church. I know some people got shit they do on Sundays that they do because they can't do during the work week and stuff. I know y'all have lives of your own. And so I'm going to try to make it as efficient for all of us as possible. I mean, we got people in different time zones. We got people. Let me know out there what is the best time for y'all, and we'll try to pick one that's pretty well close to, if we can get an average of where we need to be, we'll try to do it during that time to make it as convenient for as many of you as possible. Because for me, it doesn't really matter. I can do it anytime. I don't care. I can adjust everything else in my day to match. It's not a problem. So you guys let me know what time is the best for you, and we'll try to make it happen at that time. Hello, D-Bose. I see you out there. D-Bose Nation is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing tonight, D-Bose? Good to see you out there, sir. Hope you're having a great night and doing well. How about 9 o'clock? You talking AM or PM, Lisa? I assume you're talking PM, but if you're talking AM, that'll be fine too. Dick Insider says 11:17. Of course, 11:17, not 11 or 11:30, but 11:17 precisely. You ain't trying to stir, are you, Dick Insider? Not trying to stir the pot a bit, are you? Oh, shit. So Lisa says 9 o'clock. Oh, I assume you mean PM, so hit me back and make sure that I'm on the same page. 9 a.m.'s, that's just as good for me, but I want to make sure that, And Cody says, I get that there may be a waiting list, but the waiting doesn't start until you apply and get on the list. I'll tell you a little story, Cody. Long time ago, when I was in my very early 20s, I had a rough spot. And I come in and applied for Section 8 housing. And I was told there was a 3-year waiting list. So I signed up on the list. And I am now 48 years old, and I still have never heard from them. Ever. Never. Never. Anytime I called, they said, yeah, we haven't made it to you yet. So a 3-year waiting list, and I'm now, over 30 years into it? So, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm telling you that it isn't available is the problem. The problem in getting on a list, it's the problem getting the people off the list and what they're supposed to get. That's what seems like it's not happening, Lisa says 9 p.m. How's that for orange cones? I seen AZ Jeep Girl, and I'm not sure how many other members are in here right now, but if you're a member and you're in here, let me know how 9 p.m. tomorrow evening sounds for a members only live, and I will schedule it when I get home. So please let me know if that sounds good. Lisa says 9 p.m. is good for her. Orange Cone says works for us. Okay. All right. Well, then I guess tomorrow evening at 9 p.m. will be the members only live. So if you can, please turn up, because I really need to talk with y'all. I need your opinions. I need your advice. I can't do this without y'all. Like I said, I don't know everything. I don't have all the answers. There's information that I need. There's things that y'all know that I don't. I'm willing to admit it. And the only way it's going to get done is when we all converge and try to fix some of the stuff ourselves, because obviously waiting for them to do it ain't going to work. Queen Bee's giving a thumbs up, so I assume she's okay with the 9 p.m. too. All right. So I guess tomorrow evening at 9 p.m. will be our next members only live. We'll do that then. Are you having a problem with links out there, D-Bose? No, that's not the cherries and berries. That's just the cherries. That's just the meat wagon and EMS. I leave them alone. I haven't seen them beat anybody yet, though I did see them stand by and watch a man get beat once, but that's a whole nother story. I haven't seen them really beat anybody yet, but that was just cherries there. No berries on it, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately. I'm going to say fortunately, because hey, if I get to stay in the warm car all night and don't have to get out and stand for an hour to film nothing, that's great. That's even better for me. I don't have to get out. I'm always happy when they don't have nobody pulled over. Dakota, if you're talking to me, no, I did not see what Butch posted. I don't think. Try to read a little bit as everything goes through, but I don't think I seen what Butch had put in there. Must have missed it. Jeebus, if you have that video, sir, get me a copy of that. Do you have it posted somewhere? Somewhere I can go see and maybe download? Because I'd like to see that, if that's true. I sure would like to see that. There's people I can bring that up to. Makoti, if you're leaving, good night, dear heart. You have a good night. Thanks for stopping by and staying with us so long. I hope I didn't anger you tonight. Wasn't trying to if I did. You have a good night, sleep well, and we'll catch you on the next run. You're right, CJ, or 65 CJ5. That's what I need. A car seat that just moves back and flushes all on its own. A few months ago, other footage. Yeah, if you could, man, if you could like send me a link on Messenger so I could just go straight to it and make it easier for my life. And that way I won't forget to, because it'll be in my messenger and my messages when I get home, and I'll remember to look at it, because I definitely want to see that. I definitely want to see that. I must have missed that one somewhere. Jeebus says his smartphone has Down syndrome. Well, that's all right, because I'm pretty sure my Siri's deaf. She doesn't hear a thing that I speak. She just makes shit up as she goes along. It seems like she doesn't really print what I speak anyway. That's for sure. Thank you, sir. I just seen that come in. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you. No, Debos Nation. We're not talking about the mayor video. It's a different video where he's talking about Sergeant McKnight apparently is tasing the hell out of a guy while telling him to put his hands behind his back. And according to Jeebus, his hands were behind his back. So, I want to see that. I want to check that out. Those are the kinds of things we have to be aware of. Dark Watch, you might be right. It would be wrong, but damn, it would definitely provide a little satisfaction, wouldn't it? Definitely provide a little bit of satisfaction for sure. No doubt about that at all. It would be wrong, but it would be damn funny for sure. Yes, make sure everybody goes and checks out Debo's Nation for sure. He just dropped that link in there. Go check out his channel. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe and share it with everyone you know if it's something you like. Make sure you always let them know you like it. And that's what keeps them up there. What keeps them creating content. When they know you like their content, they're more apt to do it. So make sure they know you like it. Make sure they know you're watching. Make sure you hit the like button and comment underneath the video. Tell them, say something about it. Make a comment about the video. Tell them they did a good job, bad job, something. Just give them a thumbs up. Say something. Let them know that you were there. That helps the content creators out a lot. You're right, Logan saying, man, this town is tiny. There's really not much here. It's a very small town. Hey, there's Eaton Beaver. How you doing tonight? Good evening, sir. Glad you could drop by and say hello. Always good to see you out there. And everybody, Logan's right. Debo's rocks. So make sure you go check him out, You may agree or disagree, but that's what makes it great. You can go check him out and decide for yourself. I think that probably a majority of my subscribers would probably like his content. So it's my suggestion that y'all go check it out, I'm subscribed anyway. I watch his videos. He knows that. I see him every now and then, get to talk with him. Give him a thumbs up, leave him a comment. I don't get to watch everything, but I try as best I can. No, that wasn't an old video, Eaton. That's actually pretty new, really. See, guys, right there is a car with one headlight. If you see those taillights up there in front of me, that's actually one of the Ironton police officers. So, see, he didn't turn around and pull them over just because they could. Didn't get them for the headlight, even though they could have. Just wanted to point that out. I believe you, Jeebus. I believe if what you're telling me is true, it's definitely going to piss me off. But, that's kind of what I need right now, apparently. I need to know all the things that are going to piss me off, As much as I'm going to hate it, that's how it's going to have to work, We'll have to handle it as we go through it, I'll do the best I can. Roseanne says she's learned a Debo's Nation through Irish Demon. I got to be honest, I'm not even sure how I got to Debo's Nation. I can't remember how I originally got around there. I don't even know anymore. I think that it just came up in my suggestions once, and I went and watched one of the videos, and I think that's how it happened for Debo's Nation. I could be incorrect about that, so don't quote me, because I don't remember exactly. But I'm pretty sure that that's what had happened. But now that, of course, I am subscribed, I see him everywhere, Oh, let's see here. Get caught up here. Don't get Terry pissed. He's getting too old. Right. Debo says, I know the exact time we met. Well, good. Remind me, because I don't remember actually. Um, I apologize for that. I've met so many people in the last few months that it's hard for me to remember everywhere that I met them, you know? So please refresh me on that, Debo. Exactly when and where did we meet? I'll be honest, I don't remember. I don't mean that as an insult. I just don't remember. And it's just because, man, you know how many hundreds of people that I have talked to in the last 6 months. I don't even have an exact count. I know I got to be getting up into the thousands for sure. And comments and videos and texts and emails and oh my goodness, you know, I've been around the internet now a little bit, talking a little bit to everybody. Dark Watch, you're right. I do. I smoke like a freight train, and y'all have to hear the sermon. That's right. Sorry about that, by the way. I know I tend to get a little mouthy. I've apologized for it. I don't know what else to do. I went a little sideways last night for sure. I will, Jeebus. I absolutely will. And if it shows what you're telling me, I'm going to share that link with a few others too. So at least I won't be the only one. Might go ahead and share it across my my channel as well. All right, he just wrote me back, so I need to get back over here and read that because I wanna remember this for sure. He said, we met the time you were on Leducator's stream and you were talking about the fight night and how successful it was. Oh, okay. All right, good. Then we definitely met. I made a comment and you responded. Oh, okay. Well, good then. I'm glad it worked out that way. I try to respond to, I really try really hard to respond to all the comments in the chat. I don't always make it, but I try really hard. And the reason is because what I see, and you know, of course, I'm setting out to be different than everybody else in every way I can, just because I'm already kind of different. But what I see from most of the content creators, and it's not their fault because a lot of them, man, their chat, there's no way they can respond to everybody all the time. It's just not possible, you know. But my chat normally stays a little smaller. And because it does, I try to make sure that I keep you guys, because you guys actually are the channel. It's not me, it's you all. You all are the reason that there's a channel here. You know, if I was the only one here, it still wouldn't be a channel. You know what I mean? We wouldn't have anything going on. A bunch of shit nobody cared to watch, you know? So because you all are here, I want to make sure that you all know how much I appreciate you and know that you guys are my channel. You are Ironton Auditor as much as I am. And because of that, I want to make sure that I always keep you all as being part of the show. You know, you are just as much a part of the channel from the chat as I am being on any panel that I'm in, which is why I always try to keep up with y'all in the chat, because y'all are the most important ones of the whole damn thing, you know. I know the other content creators know that. They aren't able to respond. I mean, geez, when you got thousands of people in your chat, it becomes definitely hard, you know, to talk to everybody. Sometimes it's rough on me just with the few people we got trying to keep up, you know. But I'm going to have to hire some other people, I guess, and get them used to it because, you know, if we grow beyond what we are, I'm going to need a little bit more help to get, you know, to keep up with the chat because I don't want to lose y'all. I want to keep y'all as being part of the show. You know, you guys are awesome. I appreciate you, and I want to make sure that everybody sees and hears what y'all have to say, especially me. And when necessary, I want to make sure that I take the time to respond because I want y'all to know that I care. You know, I really do. I care about each and every one of you. I'm glad to have you here. Y'all mean so much to me. You know, I wouldn't be out here if it wasn't for y'all. Y'all keep me going. You know, and it's not about the money. I mean, obviously I can't do it without it, but it's not about money. Shit, I'm out here because y'all are there rooting me on. You know, I've got the best cheerleaders on the internet. You know, and because of that, I get out here and do it. Looks like we're getting a little bit of sprinkling, huh? A little bit of rain. The lights hit it and it focuses in on them raindrops on the windshield. Vert de Ferk, you take care too. Have a good night, and thanks for coming in. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate you very much. Kimmy Dawn, hello. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. Always good to see you, dear. Good question, dear. Didn't know that you'd sent me any messages. I must have missed them. You know, you probably didn't tag me, is probably why I didn't see it. I'll be honest, babe, I don't always read yours because usually you ain't talking to me, you're talking to other people in the chat. So I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to ignore you. I just let it roll by. So I'm sorry. I'm watching now. If you have something to say, sweetheart, I apologize. I wasn't trying to ignore you. I was just trying to stay out of yours and everybody else's conversations because you're usually talking to them and not me. So or at least I thought that was the way it was. Apparently, I was mistaken. Yes, Lisa, it was. For a day in November, it was an awesome day. It sure was. I mean, it was a little bit cooler than I'd like, but man, for November, it was a beautiful, beautiful day. Makes it a lot easier to enjoy your days that way, don't it? They ain't freezing cold or burning hot. Snowed in July? Really? Ain't that interesting? I don't think I've ever seen it snow in July, but I have seen it snow in April, like the first day of May once. Never seen it snow in July, though, not here anyway. Hey, there's Michael Lutz. How you doing, Mike? Good to see you out there, sir. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. How you doing tonight, Mike? You having a good night, sir? If not, I wish you a better one. If you are, then I still wish you a better one. Hope everything's going all right in your neck of the woods. Yes, Lisa, it always gets cooler. Excuse me. My sinuses are draining something terrible today, guys. I apologize. Yeah, Lisa, I always try to wear some layers. That way I can take some off if I get too hot, put some back on when I start getting cold. So I'm all about the layers. I see you, Della. You better be helping me. I can't do it alone. Cats are mad at you. Good thing about that diatomaceous earth, though, that'll take care of a lot of insects for sure. That screws them all up. They don't get along too well with that stuff. I know that. They don't like the diatomaceous earth. And the cats don't either, evidently. Poor old cat. Well, that's better than having fleas, I suppose. I assume that's what you're using it for, is the fleas and stuff. Use that every year for scorpions. Ah, see, there's something I ain't got here is the damn scorpions. Those don't sound fun. They just look dangerous. How does that feel? Have you ever been stung? Anybody out there ever been stung by a scorpion? Is it like being stung by a wasp, or is it worse? Because like I really don't know. I ain't never been around a scorpion. I know there's different kinds. I just don't know nothing about them really. I know what they look like, but that's about it. Got some fleas because of the squirrels, huh? You'll have that. Been stung by 2 scorpions. What does that feel like? Is it, we talking like a bee sting? Worse? Better? You know, I'm only asking because I don't know. Whoops. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to flip through some of the chat here and see some things I didn't see. I'm hitting buttons I didn't mean to while I'm doing it. Far worse than a bee sting, is it? That would figure. They look nasty. I know that. They look like they'd hurt. Roseanne, the windshield's not dirty. It's just raindrops on it is the problem. I can't clean the raindrops off. They're just coming right back. The camera's going to focus on them. There's not much I can do about that. The only thing I can do is maybe this. Where'd that go? There we go. Kimmy Dawn, member of Irontown. Thank you, dear heart. Appreciate it. Glad you decided to join us on this journey. We got a long way to go, and we've only begun to set out to get there. So thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. I'll get y'all turned around here. I know it's probably annoying just sitting and looking at the raindrops on the windshield. I apologize, but I can't control Mother Nature. She's a bitch and does whatever she wants to. Believe me, she doesn't care what I think about it. That's a fact. She does what she wants. Well, Kimmy Dawn, we're having our first, or our next, not our first, we're having our next members only live tomorrow evening at 9 p.m. So 9 p.m. Eastern, that is. So if you have the opportunity and you can be there, I'd sure appreciate it because it's you guys' input that I need. That's why we're doing it. Oh shit, AZ Juke Curl said it was 72 hours of hell. Holy shit. That doesn't sound fun. Doesn't sound fun at all. That's a lot of hours. I've been stung by a great many bees, wasps, hornets, all that stuff. I've never, never encountered a scorpion. Never even seen one with my own eyes, just in pictures, books, pictures online, stuff like that. I've never actually seen one for real, so I'm sure I'd know it when I seen it, but I haven't had the opportunity to run across a scorpion. Of course, we don't have them here. I've been out in California. I've been to Texas. You know, been in a few places. I've never seen one though. Lisa, are you accusing Sundown of being a contrarian? Yeah, I don't think letting some shots off will work too well there. 65, it might be a little worse than I want there. $35,000. Oh my gosh. Damn. I remember when you could buy a house for $35,000. Wow. See, now there's another good question. Why is it that all the medical shit costs so much? Why is that? Because somebody decided it needed to? Something tells me they don't spend near that much. Just at a guess. Just at a guess. Yes, yes, she is, and I accept, he said. Oh, shit. Kelly said it just depends on what kind of stings. You can go from bee sting to really sick. Apparently so. I didn't realize that, that they were that big and mean. Like I said, not something I have any experience with here in Ohio. We sure don't have scorpions. Not that I'm complaining. That's not a bitch. It's just an observation. We don't have them. I don't want them. So, unless they're dog hogging traffic. How is that even a topic of conversation? Oh, dogs humping traffic cones. How did that even become a topic for conversation? You guys kill me. That is too funny. Seems to be getting tossed around a lot. Yeah, yeah, you'll have that. Matter of fact, I think Sovereign always accuses you of being the contrarian, doesn't he? If I remember correctly. You might be right, Sundown. I believe we might have some in there. We'll have to figure them out. Take their poison glands out like they do at the pet store before they sell them and shit. Or at least that's what they say they do. Smells great. Getting ready to put the sweet potatoes in the oven. Whew. All the food we've talked about tonight, I'm awful hungry. Hey, Kimmy Dawn, I found that I'm allergic to bees. I wasn't when I was younger. Didn't bother me so much. It'd swell up and hurt, like any bee sting. But now, yeah. Now when I get stung, I swell like a blimp. I have to eat like 150 milligrams of Benadryl as soon as I get stung. If I do that, then it turns out all right. But if I don't, it's pretty bad. A few years ago, I was stung in the head like 5 or 6 times, around the head with the yellow jackets. I was using a weed eater and got into a nest, and Ended up having to go to the emergency room. My throat started to feel tight, you know, scared me a bit. You know what, Debose? I don't know. I hear the kind of the same things. I guess we'll have to hang out and find out, you know. Just have to find out. We'll have to wait and see what happens, you know. I don't know how that's going to work. So, I mean, I would say that I think he's losing it. However, I'm not sure he ever had it. You know what I mean? I'm sure he just I think he just pretended for a little bit, you know, enough to fool a few people. But I think everybody's on to him now. Everybody sees the ruse. You know, he's done. He's absolutely lost it, you know. Natasha Jones, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. Plant says everything wants to kill you in Australia. Oh wow, I bet that would do it, Kimmy Dawn. That'd cause an anaphylactic shock anyway. You don't have to be allergic necessarily if you get stung enough, for sure. Um, wow, that sounds awful. Yes, I did hear what he did to Glober Mom. I did. Um, sure enough, that's another channel that I watch here and there. You know, is Glober Mom. I don't get to watch anything of I don't get to watch everything of anybody's, but I watch a little bit of everybody's. So, you know, I'm in and out of all these communities at times. You know, because they've all supported me. I try to make sure I show up and every once in a while and watch some of their videos and let them know that I support them too. You know, kind of like in your chat, you know, I do everybody else's. I try to jump in and say hello to the panel, hello to the chat, hello everybody, you know, and tell them, you know, I can't stick around, I got to go, but I want to make sure that I come in, show my support, hit the like button, you know, and let them know that I do care, that I am out here. You know, I don't have a lot of hours to spend watching videos, but you know, that's kind of the thing, I guess, when you create your own and you're always, you know, always looking for something else. It's kind of hard to watch everybody else's stuff. So. Hit by a bark scorpion. Never heard of that kind. Was in the hospital for 3 days. Wow. Well, CR making me happy. We don't have no damn scorpions here. Wow, resuscitated 3 times after being stung. That is terrible. And them hornets can be a bitch, that's for sure. It can be done, yes, I have seen that. If you go back, well, I don't know if you can now because his channel's been shut down. I don't know if like his shit's still there or not, but if you go like way back in the beginning, there's a lot of videos where he's dressed up like a cop. A whole bunch of them that he did, acting all stupid. So you can go back and check those out if they're still there. I don't know if they're still there or not. I don't know like of his channel. I know it's there, but I don't know if you can watch anything or not. If you can, just go back way back toward the beginning. You'll see them. Well, I appreciate you saying so, Jeebus. I'm trying to do the right thing. You know, I don't always know what that is immediately. You know, I have to have certain information and I try to be very accurate about what I call fact. So, but I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, it means a lot when you all see that I'm really just trying to do the right thing. You know, I want to do the right thing by everybody as best I can, you know. Um, I'm not really looking to hurt anybody. I'm not really looking to, you know, I don't want to hurt their job. I don't want to hurt their family, nothing like that, you know, but it may come down to it that there might be a few people that need to lose their jobs, you know. we'll have to decide that after we have more information and truth to go on. I don't like to throw things out there without having the truth for sure, but we're definitely going to have to look a little deeper into certain things for sure, I think. No, you're right, Jeebus. I try real hard not to. I might give my opinion about things of what little bit I know, but I'm always ready to admit that there may be things that I don't know. You know, and that right there is what's going to make the difference. A little bit of knowledge can change your mind completely sometimes. So I definitely don't like to speak out on things that I don't have any knowledge of. That I can't prove, because if I can't prove it, then it's just me saying it. And I don't want people to believe it because I said so. I want them to believe it because it's true, and I can prove it. So that way they don't have to rely on me, if that makes sense. That way I don't have to worry about my integrity. My integrity will stay intact because I only try to speak the truth if I can find it. You're right, Jeebus. Sometimes we have many biased thoughts and ideas. I know I do. And it's very hard not to be biased. Very hard not to have an opinion before you get there. We're all guilty of it. So, but like I say, sometimes the smallest amount of information can change an opinion pretty quick. So, I'll turn y'all back around here. Hopefully, it won't focus on the raindrops so bad. We'll go take us another troll around here and see if we see anything. I see y'all talking about valley fever. I don't even know what the hell that is. What is that, and how do you get that? After party, who are you talking about? Hello, by the way. Good to see you out there. What does who do for work? This whole tell me now, it seems a little demanding. Bad idea. Catch more flies with honey, by the way. Just saying. That seems a little on the demanding side. Put a please in there, it'd sound a little better. Am I a cop? Oh, hell no, I ain't no cop. If you're asking me, no, I ain't no damn cop. I don't want to be a cop, never did. Still don't. I'm not a cop. Wouldn't be a cop. It's not a job for me. That's why I'm glad there's others out there that do it so I don't have to, because I don't want the job. They really just ask if an auditor's a tax guy. Might be, depending on what kind of auditor you're talking about. Might be. Sundown says what? Let me get over here again. Sorry, guys. Sundown says, see, Terry, good people just don't want to do the jobs they think need changed. That may be true. That may be true. But I don't think I'd make a good cop. That's not a job for me. I'm not sure where I would fit in. I wouldn't make a good politician. I don't think I'm a good leader. I'm not looking for any of that. I'm not looking for any of the glory, any of the thanks or the pat on the back. That's not me. That's not what I'm after. For me, I just want to wake people up so that we can stand together as we the people. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm hoping for. I have a dream anyway. I'm dreaming big for a little guy. Depends on which kind of auditor you're talking about. Are you talking about me or are you talking about somebody else, their after party? If you're talking about me specifically, not exactly sure how to define it. If you're talking about what I do and what many others do, it's a self-proclaimed title, which means that it doesn't come with any rules, regulations, or training. You know, it's just that we proclaim ourselves auditors and go out to do is, to achieve a certain task. Most of what a lot of other people do is they go out and pretty much pick a fight on the sidewalk with a cop to argue and scream at them, claiming that they're holding them accountable. You know, I do not do that. I'm not like that. I do things a little bit different. But it is about making sure that the rights of the people are upheld and that the cops and the government officials are held accountable and do their jobs correctly. That's what being an auditor is supposed to be about. Not everybody works at it from that end, but that's what it's supposed to be. 8 to 10 months to recover. Holy shit, that's a long time to recover from something, I tell you. Don't sell it short, he said. Pun intended. I couldn't sell myself short. I'm already there, man. I've already been sold short. When it come to height, I definitely come out of the shallow end of the gene pool, I promise you. You didn't get any deviled eggs, Mike? Well, shit. Della's about to make some. Maybe I have to bring you some. You want some, I'll bring you some. It's from a fungus in the sand, huh? That's interesting. Zero zilch nada. Well, if you want some, I'll bring you some. There you go. Jeeba said even Sarah make you some. Well, one way or another, we'll get you some deviled eggs, sir. Apparently that'll happen. We may not be able to fix anything else in this damn town, but we'll definitely have some deviled eggs. That'll be the easy part, it looks like. Oh, not a problem, Jeebus. I'll make sure Banjo eats. I got a whole back seat full of food. He picks through it usually every evening when I'm in here. I open up the door and let him get whatever he wants out of it. And the only reason we don't set it all out is because we know it won't be there. You know, there'll be too many people coming by. They're already stealing his shit. So he gets out what he needs. I'll make sure that he don't starve. That's going to be the easy part. It's, you know, trying to help out everything else is where it becomes rough. I want you to know something, though. He had a lot more leftovers from Baby Doll Ironton's house when he got here. And you know what he did? He gave them away to other homeless people. That's what he did. He didn't keep it hoarded up for himself. That's what kind of guy Banjo is. You know, he didn't hoard shit up all for himself. He helped other homeless people with it. So that's, you know, that's why I like Banjo. Indianapolis Audits, how you doing today? Hello, hello. Thank you for coming in and saying hello. Always appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. How do I pay for the gas? Out of my pocket.
Hi, buddy.
What, did you need something, sir?
Well, I'm about to tell you some news.
Okay.
Well, one of the people here, I thought he wouldn't steal from me at all. Well, I done found out one of the people that went stole a fucking bike from me. And you know who's got it?
No.
One of my good friends.
Well,
I know this guy. This man I know.
Obviously, ain't that good of a friend if he stole your bike.
Yeah. Well, that boy that went and stole the bike.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see where the blankets are up there up high?
Mm-hmm.
That's where his bed is.
Oh.
He's going to have to move.
Well,
I'm going to have to. I'm making sure.
Well, there you go. Whatever you got to do, I guess.
Yeah. Well, the boy that went and stole it from me, he went and tried to sell it to one of my good friends.
Oh,
and
I
he
see.
lives across the railroad tracks there.
Mm-hmm.
And I've known this guy longer than I've known anybody else out here.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Blasco, ever read the name?
No, not to me.
Well,
but I don't know. Remember, I'm from Pedro. I don't know a whole lot of people in here.
This is the thing. He's a good friend of mine. A very good friend of mine. I've known him ever since he was a little kid. I've been around here for over 30 years.
Right.
And he's returning it back to me tomorrow morning.
Well, good deal. I'm glad you're getting it back, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Because 90% of the shit that gets stolen, no one ever sees it again. You know?
But actually, it'll find its way back to its owner.
Good. Good deal.
Yeah. And I'm glad. I'm actually very glad.
Me too.
You know what this is saying? Don't steal from me. Ask me. Just
right?
ask. That's all I say.
That's what I say. I give anybody anything I got if they need it. Hell.
Yeah, if they need it more than what I need, need it. Here, take it.
Absolutely.
Don't steal from me. That's one of the biggest cardinal rules that gets broken.
Yep, sure enough.
Yep. Well,
all right, sir. You have a good night. You got everything you need? You got everything you need for the night? All right, sir.
Hey, I could use a cup of milk.
Cup of milk?
Yeah, some milk.
Well, give me a second. I'll be right back. I got to spin around there. Let's go get him some milk, guys. Need some milk. An AZ Jeep girl, thank you for that $20. And that's just so After Party knows how my gas gets paid for. Now you know, After Party. A lot of times, almost all the time, my subscribers pay for my gas, believe it or not. And when they don't, pay for it out of my own pocket, you know. I buy gas anyway, so I come in here and drive it out for the betterment of everybody instead of just trying to help myself with it. So there you go. Now, after party knows how I get my gas money. So there we go. No, Sundown, I don't know Banjo's story. I have not asked yet. Um, Pretty soon, I'm going to have a sit down talk with him and see if he'll let me do an interview with him. You know, I'd like to. But I don't want to embarrass him. I don't, it's kind of a touchy situation, and it's his feelings that I'm more concerned about than anything. I don't want to embarrass the man. It's a kick in the ass. In the pride enough. You know what I mean? It's very hard. So I just want to make sure that he's comfortable with it before I do that. So no, I don't know his story, and it's just because I haven't asked because I didn't want him to, to feel like he had to tell me. Oh, Kimmy Don, you're awesome. Thank you. Kimmy paid. Look there, after party. Not only do they buy the gas, they're going to buy the man's milk too. See, that's what kind of beautiful, wonderful people I have on here. You know, it's what kind of beautiful, wonderful people I got on here. They are absolutely, gosh, I love you guys. You are absolutely awesome. Not exactly after party. Not exactly. Not exactly. You just have to hang around a little longer, and you'll see what's going on here. It's going to take you a little longer to catch up. Guys, I'm going to run in here and grab him a milk. I'll be right back. Yeah, long balls. An auditor's like a vigilante. That's how it works. Sure, that'll work. We'll go with that definition. Why not? I'll be back, guys. No. All righty, guys, I'm back. Got Banjo milk. We'll take that back over here to him. Hey, I see Samantha out there. Hello, Samantha. How you doing this fine, wonderful evening? Glad you come by. Oh, there he is. He's over here now.
Oh.
Your milk,
Like
sir.
they say, ask and ye shall receive.
There you go. Sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah. Open that mouth, and an open mouth will get answered.
That's, well, you know, a closed mouth
mouth
never gets fed. You know,
Exactly.
closed mouth never gets fed for sure.
Yeah. Hey, I had to show my little life. Oh. Damn it. I'm glad that's a rechargeable light. Watch here. You said that the trailer?
Mm-hmm.
Tractor trailers?
Yep. Shines a pretty good ways, don't it? Well, good. I'm glad you got your good light. I'm glad you found your other one, too.
That's what this one was. That's what it was. That's what I was looking for.
Oh, is that the one you was looking for?
Yeah.
Well, good.
I was looking for.
I'm glad you found it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I sure didn't see it in here anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
All righty. Well, I guess we're going to get back out and hit the street again, sir. You going to be all right for the night?
Mm-hmm.
All righty.
Hey,
and I'll see you later, sir.
Buddy.
You know how to get a hold of me. I will. You too.
Yep.
You know how to call me, sir.
You know I will too.
Well, that's what I'm here for. Blowing up the other guy over here, guys. Saying hello. Like Chili said, I'm half famous, you know. Got a lot of people that know me around here. I don't know that that's a good thing. I'm not necessarily well liked, but I'm not hated. You know, some people just consider me an annoyance and an aggravation, but they're willing to put up with me because I'm not an asshole, you know. No, Josh, ain't seen any cherries and berries all night. We have seen some cherries. They didn't have no berries on them. Just the EMS is running. I ain't seen a single pullover all night. There's Dog Brain. How you doing tonight? Who you asking about a real job? You're asking me? Absolutely, I have a real job. No, this ain't it. This is just what I do for funsies. Because I can and I will. Nobody else is out doing it. I don't know, Josh. You'll have to ask somebody else out there. Does anybody know if Chili got his account back or not? Is he still suspended? Does anybody know? Because I gotta be honest, I don't. You know, don't know one way or the other. Dog Brain says, "Thank you for your service, sir. I'm not sure who it is you're thanking, but whoever it is, he thanked you. You're thanking me. You're welcome. I'm not sure who you were talking to there." Lord KJW, hello. How you doing tonight? Glad you decided to stop by. It's always good to see you out there. Thank you for coming in and saying hello. You guys know I love riding around with y'all. Love having y'all here. Not sure who you're talking to there, after party. If you're talking to me, my name's Terry, not Tony. Close enough, though, but it's Terry, Terry. I don't care if you call me Tony. I don't mind. Sounds a hell of a lot better than some of the shit I've been called. I can tell you that. Logan said, Terry, you sound like my dad. That's not a bad thing. Well, I'm glad it's not a bad thing. I've had other people tell me I sound like their dad, and it wasn't so cool. So you'll have that, I guess. Hey, there's Kickstrobe. I see you. How you doing tonight? I'd like to steal that car. Well, I don't want to steal it, but I'd like them to give it to me. I don't think they'll trade me for my Hyundai, though. That is a damn nice looking Challenger, though. I like it a lot. That's one of my favorite new cars is the Challenger. I like them. They made them look a lot like the old Chargers, actually. I really like them. I think they're pretty cool cars. You're right. I would look cool. I wouldn't look as good in jail, though. Wouldn't think so. Would he help me at his dog? Okay, whatever works. You can call me Ironton. That's what a lot of people call me since I'm Ironton Auditor. A lot of people just call me Ironton or IA. IA will work. You can call me asshole. I don't like it, but you can. You know, I've been called it all, so I ain't worried about it. Looks like there's a couple, D-Boast. Looks like there's at least a couple, just at a guess. You're right, Sundown. It really wouldn't take that many people. And that's what I mean. I might just have to get out and not, literally walk door to door and start knocking and talking to people about it. You know, there are people that will help. I think they're just ignorant of the situation and don't know how they can help. I think once they're educated about it and they know what's going on, I think that I think that they will help, and I think things will improve. So I'm always hopeful. And I always look to more of the positive. So. Can you call me good cop? I guess you can. You can call me whatever the hell you want. I may or may not respond to it. But remember, I'm definitely not a cop. Of all the things I am, a cop is not one of them.
Here's some gas money,
buddy. Thank you, sir. See, there you go. After party, there's somebody else that just reached me gas money. You see, that's how I pay for gas. Appreciate it, sir. Thank you much.
Ask Banjo where all the other people are.
Yeah, he's supposed to be finding out for me because I don't know where to look. I really don't.
Some are on the other side of the riverbank. We'll have to find that during the daytime.
Yeah, I'm going to try to.
Other side of the floodwall.
Yeah.
There's tents over there, different places.
I need to find out like sizes, so I can get them like some Long Johns and stuff. I need to know, how many I'm dealing with because apparently it's a lot bigger than I thought mine. It's a lot bigger than I thought. I didn't know. I had no idea. I didn't even know Banjo was homeless. I talked to him at the Ridge Station so many times. I had no idea. Of course, I mean, they don't usually walk up to you and say, hi, I'm so-and-so, I'm homeless. So I didn't know. And I feel stupid because I didn't know. I feel a little embarrassed and stupid. And, but now that I know.
Yep. Those ordering signs are a problem.
Oh, I was upset about that last night, man. I threw like a 2-hour fit last night on live about it.
I saw it.
Oh, man. I probably made a fool of myself, but I was mad. Yeah, well, we'll be starting on that Monday. That'll be a Monday morning thing, huh?
Drink your coffee black, or you good?
Oh, I'm good for now. I've had so much coffee I could float a battleship tonight, but I appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
I'll holler at you.
All right. All right, guys. Sorry about that. So now y'all see that, yeah, someone just walked up to me and gave me money. Ain't that crazy? Works out that way, don't it? You see? So y'all can sit out there and make fun of me all you want. And you can talk about how the people of this town may not like me, but you see that you're fucking wrong, right? 100% wrong. Well, I'll tell you right, long balls, if you're indecisive, you can't be like me. I'm not indecisive. I'm known for making split-second decisions when I need to. Fact. What I do is try to solve problems and fix it. So, and that sometimes takes being able to make a decision in a split moment and still being able to make the right one. So it's not easy. Sundown, I'm not exactly sure. It's estimated that there are somewhere around 200, I'm told, in the county, but the county's pretty damn big. So, I'm just hearing numbers thrown at me, and I really don't know how many are actually here in the city of Ironton. I'm still working that out. As soon as I can figure that out, I'll let y'all know how many we're dealing with, But I honestly don't know yet. It could be 10, it could be 100. I don't know yet. I only know 5 or less, So that's all I know of personally. I'm told there are a lot more, We're going to have to go find them. Either that or we need a place where they can come and find us, one or the other. I'm working on it from both ends, so I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to get some stuff done, but you can see that apparently the city's against it. They don't really want to help. They just want to, well, they do what they do, And when I say the city, I don't mean the people that live here. I mean the assholes that think that they are the city. They don't realize they're just the government and ain't that fucking important. They've forgotten who the important people are. That's us. So apparently we're going to have to shake the tree and see what falls out and remind them that, we are the ones that planted the tree. Right away, I better go, huh? That didn't help much, did it? You're right, Sundown. That's probably what would happen, but that's what needs to happen, isn't it? I mean, if there's that many, and we're the only, you go where you can get help, Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that need a little help, and I ain't saying we can help them all. Like I said before, there's going to be some that can't help, and there's going to be some that need, there's going to be some that need some medical attention. There's going to be some that need some mental evaluations and stuff, and none of us are qualified to do any of that, of course, and so we're going to have to, there's so much to do and so many aspects and avenues of it. This is a lot bigger than me. It's a lot bigger than I'm able to do. But I think together we can do it all. I think we can help the greatest number of them anyway. And there'll always be those that don't really want any help. They're just looking for a free handout. That's a fact. That happens all the time. No doubt. So, we'll have to be. We'll have to be ready for every situation, or at least as ready as we can be. I mean, obviously, it's almost impossible to be prepared for everything, but, we need to be sensible about it and know that some of these people are going to be incredibly addicted. Some of them are going to be severely mentally disturbed. Some of them are just going to need a little financial help. Some of them may need a little physical, medical help, just the small things in life. Others are going to need a lot more. you know. So just those things, you know, we just have to figure out how to do it, you know. And like I said, I don't have all the answers. I'm just now coming up with all the questions, you know. But I do have a couple people working on it on the back end, you know, trying to get me information about some things local, you know, see what we can do and how we can do it. Once I have more knowledge and information, I'll have a little bit better idea of what I can do and how I can get it done, you know, if that makes sense. Hey, there's Jason Solom. Hello, how you doing tonight, sir? Good to see you out there. How you doing this fine, wonderful evening? Okay, Jason, go right ahead. I'm waiting and listening, sir. Or waiting and reading, anyway. Well, apparently, Kickstrobe, you don't clearly know what's happening here, but that's okay. If you're hearing me, Jason, I'm ready for your question, sir. If you're typing it in, I'm sorry, I'll wait. Go ahead and head back the way I came, no, and then we'll see it come up there. Yeah, Debos is right. It works a little better if you tag me that way. I see it better. It makes it easier for me to see. Hard to know when I'm driving. Up there it is. I see you just said something. I'll pull over right here. He said, I know you hate chili and it's your channel, but can you and your other moderators and guests not use the word retard anymore, please? Well, I'm not sure that I use it much. However, I understand that some people take that, you know, and they find it offensive. I understand why, but it's not for me to tell other people how to speak. Unfortunately, whether I agree or disagree with the words they're using, it's still their First Amendment right. And it's, you know, you can be upset if you want, and I understand why you are. I get it, you know, but I don't think they're meaning it as an insult to you or your daughter. You know, if you take it that way, then that's just having thin skin, sir. You know, you just got to not let what they say bother you. I always call it mind over matter. You have to learn not to mind so that to you it won't matter. You know, if you sit around and let people offend you, you're going to be offended for the rest of your life, Jason. That's what's going to happen. Don't let other people's words offend you. You know, especially if you find them just stupid. Just, you know, look at it that way. You know, don't allow it to bother you, sir. I'm sorry that it does. You know, and I don't. I have been guilty of using it. I've talked about myself doing something retarded, using that word in that way, and it's probably not right, but I don't mean it as a slam to anybody else. And I do understand why. Um, some people might think that it, you know, they take it offensive, you know, and I'm sorry that they do, because it's not meant that way, and I don't think anyone else is meaning it that way either, you know. So, you know, I mean, I could ask them, but they're all grown-ups in here. They're going to say what they say, and, you know, I'm not going to coach them on it. It's not my job to lead the world in what they should and shouldn't say. They're allowed to say whatever they want. We're allowed to agree or disagree, you know, but unfortunately, it's what happens when you enter a room with a bunch of people. They're going to say, you know, if it ain't that word, it's going to be something else that offends somebody else. That's what I've learned. So I hope that helps. I know that's not the answer you were looking for, but I hope that, you know, makes it a little better anyway. You're right, Dark Watcher. If we quit using every word that's supposedly misused, we wouldn't be saying much. I agree with you. You know, I wish people weren't offended too. I wish there was a way to say things without offending people, but you know, technically I don't think there is, because you know I've sure offended a lot of people. I didn't mean to, of course. I don't ever go out just trying to offend people, but things that I have said have absolutely offended people. You know, it wasn't my intention, but it sure as hell has happened. So. No, Kickstroke, we won't be banning Jason. Jason's been in and out of this room for a long, long time, and he don't always agree with me, and that's fine. He doesn't have to. He's allowed to say whatever he wants. He don't come in here insulting my wife or nothing, so he's cool. You know, as long as he don't start that, we're good to go. You know, he don't. I'm not his favorite person, I don't think, and he doesn't pretend it, and we're okay. You know, I'm okay with that. I'm not trying to be. You know, he comes in and shows his support by coming in and you know, in the chat and commenting in the comments. So I appreciate him for that. There's quite a few people in this chat actually that don't see eye to eye with me. Ask Lisa. Lisa don't always agree with me either, but she don't hate me for it. You know. I appreciate that, Jason. I really do. I'm glad you do. I don't know what I did to deserve it or earn it, but I sure do appreciate it. You know, I I ain't really trying to earn respect. I'm just trying to earn the trust of the people, get them together, and get them to wake up. You know, I can't fix things as an auditor. I can't fix it with a camera. But if we can get together, we can fix it all. But it's going to take all of us to do it, unfortunately. So you don't want to hear any words starting with F, because he made F's in school. Shit. Well, fuck it. I guess we can't say fuck anymore, because, you know, Kickstrobe's going to be sensitive because they had an F in school. So, you know, you'll have that. I agree with Mike. You know, should never label people by their illness. That's a fact, Mike. That's what shouldn't happen right there. Of course, it's not usually the ill that we talk about that way. It's usually the ones that aren't. We just use those words very loosely, unfortunately, toward each other. It's kind of like the word gay. People are like, "Oh, you're gay," you know, or "You're a fag," you know, and they use those words like that, not really meaning for it to insult everybody that might be gay, you know, but it does. It sure does. Unfortunately, that's what happens. You know, I don't think that's how it's meant, but that's usually generally how it works anyway. No, Josh, I've not found any more yet, but I am actively looking. I didn't get to drive around as much as I wanted to earlier today, but I did look a little and I didn't find any, and I'm going to look some more. So Blanche, you want to go over the bridge again? I'll go right now if you want to go. I'll take you across the purple bridge again. Shit, that'll work for me. I got to get some gas anyway. It's a little cheaper over there, so I'll just go over to Russell and get the gas, and y'all can just ride across the bridge with me. How's that? Will that work? You still don't have to like me, but you know, I'll take you across the bridge anyway. Because I need to pick up some gas. I'm down to about 1/8 of a tank, and it's a few cents cheaper over there. And since we're already this close, I might as well just go over there and get it and save the money. Maybe you're right, Mike. We should call them all chilies. Oh, that was funny. I like that one. Shit. Chili. Don't be a chili. It's the same thing as being a dick. Don't be a chili. Lisa said she tries to be respectful. I've never known you to be disrespectful yet. I don't think anyone's accused you of that, have they? If they did, they must be a chili, as Mike says. I don't know what they're talking about. You're right, Kimmy Dawn. Instead of a Karen, we can just call them chilies. I agree. Oh, thank you, Blanche. I appreciate it. You're going to go back over here in just a minute. I'm going to go down here to the gas station and get some gas, and then we'll have to run back across. So you'll get a second trip here in just a bit. Oh, is AZ Jeep Girl taking off? Good night, AZ. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. Always, always. Catch us tomorrow night at 9 for that members only. I sure would like to have your opinion, dear heart. Logan says, don't be a chili. That's a short order. Right? A little man with a big mouth, ain't he? Big mouth and a small brain. Has a lot of words to say, but there's no knowledge or intelligence behind it, unfortunately. But he sure does have a lot to say. Yes, Roseanne, that would be 8 Central, 7 Mountain, and 6 Western, I assume. What they call that? Pacific. Because they're 3 hours behind us. Yeah, anytime I give y'all a time, it'll always be Eastern, guys. I'm sorry, I'm kind of stuck on it, so I'll always talk my time. So if you hear me give a specific time, it'll always be Eastern time here. So you'll have to adjust accordingly wherever you are, you know. right, guys, I'm going to run in here and pay for my gas, and I'll be right back. Oh, there we go. Now we got a little more petrol. We'll get a little further than what we will if I start walking. I promise you that. Always seems to take this thing a minute to build up pressure. I don't know why that is. Probably need to replace the fuel filter on it, I guess. All right, here we go. No, Jason, I didn't leave. I'm still here. I just had to go pay for gas and pump it, so. Unfortunately, even my car won't drive forever on none, so I'd run out everything I'd put in earlier today and had to put some more in it. Starting to rain pretty good now. Nothing like a bit of rain, huh? Dark Watch, I don't care much for the lights. They didn't ask my opinion when they put them up, I can tell you that. They didn't care one way or the other, you know. No, Lisa, I actually don't need to clean my headlights. What I need to do is buy new ones. These are about shot. They're just old. Need to buy new ones. Need to do a lot of things. You guys know most of my money's going in the gas tank. Since y'all are starting to pay for that, though, that'll loosen me up a little, and I'll be able to do some other things. So I'll get there. I sure will. Oops. All right. Let's get the hell back across the bridge. Back across the bridge. Back home. At least closer to home, anyway. You still out there in the chat, Della? If so, how close are we to dinner? All this talk about food all night, oysters and seafood. Thanksgiving, I'm getting hungry. You're within earshot out there. It's a funny one, Jason. He'd probably try anyway. Are you still out there in the chat, Dark Watch? If you're hearing me. Anybody see Dark Watch out there anywhere? If so, sir, I want to say thank you. You'll know what for. Dark Watch, I appreciate you. Now that I see you down there, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. I just got the notification of that and wanted to say thank you. I know that's not enough, but I hope that expresses my gratefulness, because I am damn sure grateful. Oh, look at there. Let me get up here where I can get off the road here a minute. Bert DeFert says, I'll throw 3 gallons in your tank. There you go. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. $20 there. That'll help a shit ton. That'll absolutely put a few gallons in the tank, and I appreciate you for it. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Like I said, you guys are the ones that keep me going. You're the reason that I'm out here. If it wasn't for you, I'd have no reason to be here tonight. So it's definitely appreciated very much. I wish I could say thank you more than that. I just don't have the words, you know. Just don't have the words. I don't know how to say thank you other than saying thank you. Yeah, Roseanne, you're probably right. It's probably closer to 5 for sure. stuffing. Had that on top of turkey, instant snooze. That's about right. Can't wait till she gets that dinner done at home. I'm gonna have to go home and eat. I am very hungry tonight. Must have worked up an appetite somewhere along the way. All dark watch, you ain't got to worry about that. I'm gonna be out here for years, it looks like. But I know you're not looking for thanks, but I'm looking to thank you. Always looking to be thankful and grateful to the people that helped me. Because without y'all, I wouldn't be able to do it. You know, I would. I'd do it anyway. I did before, but man, it cost me a lot. Many times I've had to take an ass tearing from my wife because I spent more than I should have in gas, you know, to come in here and do this. And she's like, "Why are you doing that? It's not helping," you know. So anyway, I appreciate y'all so much because, you know, it's what allows me to be able to do it, and it doesn't cut into my own finances quite so much. I appreciate y'all so much for it. You have no idea. Almost done getting ready to peel the eggs. Uh-oh. And the turkey's done. All right. Appreciate it, babe. Thank you. Uh-oh, there you go, guys. Just as we pull up, looky here. There's the cherries and berries for the evening. You wanted to see them, we got them now. Where the hell they're going to pull over? They're going to pull over in the bank lot there, I guess. So that means that I'll park right here and then I'll just walk over there is what I'll do. All right, guys, got our first cherries and berries of the evening, so get out of this car. How are you tonight, patrolman? You don't think we're going to get rained on, do you? This one already over? Did I miss it? Nothing major, I take it? All right, we appreciate you, patrolman. Thank you. Have a good night. There you go, guys. Patrolman Allison. I don't know what the warning was for, but it's just a warning. They're done. They're out of here. Stop over. You guys see how quick they happen around here. That's why I miss a lot of these little stops, because they're done and over before I even turned the corner and ever noticed they had anyone stopped. So it's happened more than once for sure. I think you guys have been with me a couple times when I've rolled up just as the lights go out. So getting rained on. Of course, I'm told I won't melt. I have been accused of maybe floating, never melting. So. All orange cones, I don't need a rain slicker. The coat that I have on, the snap-on coat I have on, it's waterproof. I'm good to go there. This one I bought years ago. This coat now is probably pushing 15 years old now. I've had it for a long time. It's a Snap-on brand. When I used to work at the garage, I bought it off the Snap-on truck when I got some tools. And I sprayed it with some waterproofer, so it's definitely waterproof. I ain't got to worry about getting wet in this thing. But I appreciate it. Yeah, I made sure this one was waterproof. And the main reason is because I don't like to get wet. I really don't like to get wet at all. I won't even swim because I don't like to get wet. I'll just take the heat and sweat, pour some over my head, but I don't really like to get in the water. It's not really my thing. I can swim. I hope none of you are ever drowning near me, because I'll jump in and try, but I can't swim strong enough, I don't think, really, to help anybody. So, I'm not a great swimmer. I can swim, but not great. Mainly because I don't spend time in the water. Not really my thing. Dark Watch says, I hope you shower. Yes, actually, I will take a shower, but I don't like to take a bath because there again, I don't like to be in the water. I do take a shower. It's as close to getting wet as I get, is taking that shower. At least it all goes down the drain and I don't have to sit in it, Never did understand taking a bath. If you have an option, I don't understand taking a bath. Sitting in the water I just washed off in just seems not clean to me. So I don't particularly like it, but I guess to some people it's relaxing to sit in a hot tub of water. Me, I just stand in a hot shower. I like it better that way. So, well, there you go, guys. There's one set of cherries and berries for the night. Probably going to be about all we see. It's about cleaned out now. Town's dead. Dinner's done. And I'll be honest with y'all, I'm wanting to head home and eat it. She's spent all day cooking for me, and I'd probably be an asshole if I didn't head home and eat. So I think I might want to do that for two reasons. One, because she spent all day cooking for me, and she's a lovely woman, and I want to get home and spend time with her, obviously. And two, because I really am hungry. I'm haven't eaten anything much today. Had a lot of coffee. I really haven't eaten much. I had a honey bun there a while ago and some milk, but that's not really for nutrition. That was just to keep the hunger off for a little bit. So I think that I'm going to go ahead and cut this off tonight, guys. Get me something to eat, get me some sleep. And if I don't see you all before, I will absolutely see you about 9 o'clock tomorrow night. We'll be doing our members only live. So if you're a member, please show up, because I really want to talk to y'all. That's the reason I do those, is because I want your input. I want to hear what you have to say. So, guys, I love each and every one of you. Thank you so much for everybody that gives to me. Thank you so much for everybody that subscribed. Thank you for watching. Thank you for entering the chat and saying hi. I appreciate y'all so much. I'm so grateful to have you. You guys are the best bunch out on the internet. There's no doubt about that. Y'all are awesome. And I just want y'all to know that I feel that way. So I wish you all each a great night, great day, wherever you're at. Make it a good one. Make some memories. Enjoy yourselves. Sleep well. And for the moment, Ironton Auditor out, and I'll catch y'all on the next run.